What's up, chat? Hello, hello, hello. How we all doing? Should probably turn my camera on, huh? Hanging in there? Hell yeah. Glad to hear that. Gotta keep our heads on, chat. Gotta stay sane. Whoa, there we are. Okay, ready? What's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? How you doing? How are we feeling? What's up, Cheesy Bread? Thank you so much for the love earlier today, Cheesy Bread. Die Happy, what's going on? Landum, I saw you giving some biddies earlier. Thank you. Liam, Jin, Prodigy, Die Happy. I already said Die Happy. Astro Brains, what's up? BCC TV, what's good? Eric Plays, what's going on? Natalie Lush, Bigfoot Drive Stick, all the regulars. A lot of glots. Hey, how are you? How are you? Digging the Luigi hat? Yeah, I had to rock it today. Yo, what up, Sarah? How you been? Zingius Mage, what's going on? What's going on, everybody? Thank you for coming in early. Yeah, we wrapped up. We did an IRL stream earlier today. If you missed it, go check the VOD. At the protest, there's a protest in Los Angeles, which I'm really glad I went to. I'm stress eating bananas. I'm 3 bunches deep. Bro's overdosing on potassium to show the fascists. To show the fascists. That'll show them. That'll show them. Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting Nootropic. Wonder masterful gambit. Yeah, true. Does that L represent America? Represents what I'd like to do to America. No, I'm just kidding. No. It represents Luigi, who's my Super Smash Brothers main, My Super Smash Bros main, bruh. Anyway, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. We're obviously going to talk about the inauguration and everything that Trump has done since the inauguration, because I left the protest and realized that Trump has been very fucking busy all day. So that sucks. But we're going to get to that later on. I want to definitely I have 2 videos about the fires that are still happening in Los Angeles. We'll talk about that briefly. And then we'll move on to a little bit of the hostage exchanges and the ceasefire, which started yesterday. And then, of course, yes, we'll get into the inauguration. We'll get into Elon Musk sig heiling in front of the presidential seal on the stage for Trump's inauguration. Richest man in the world, openly signaling to Nazis. Very, very interesting. We'll also check out a bunch of different reactions to that. People, having the worst takes of all time, including the ADL. Show you some better takes from it. And then we'll talk about resistance. We'll talk about deportations. We'll talk about immigration. We'll talk about how people are resisting. We'll talk about Chicago. We've got a new Channel 5 video that came out an hour ago from the Trump inauguration. So I don't know how the fuck they edited that together, but that's fresh off the press. We'll check that out. And then we have like a 50-minute documentary by DW Documentary about the rise of the ultra right in the US. We'll check that out. And then if we still got time, if I'm still feeling up for it, we got some other still definitely political, but not super specific to this exact moment that we're living in. Some more like video essay stuff. And yeah, that's the plan for the night. So strap in, get your frickin' hand off of that mouse, and stay here, because I'll take care of you. We'll have a good convo. Starting off, we're gonna go to New JPEG Mafia music video. Fuck yeah.
Tuck it in her tan line.
Wait, why is this scene completely broken? What the hell is going on? Oh, what the fuck? Look at my saturation. What the hell? Why? Why? He's blushing? Look. What the freaking frick? Oh, here it is. There we go. That's normal. There we go. Okay, now, why can't we see the screen? What is up here that is blocking this? This? There we go.
No stripes.
Did you yell at LAPD today? No, they luckily weren't really showing their faces.
Made her talk to me like I got gang ties. Straight right, catching this heater, feel like a landmine. 2025, your politics is a gang sign. Let's go. They bullshitting but spitting like they was Esco. Take it off, bitch, bend your knees and protect the cross. Two-faced it, I'm Harvey that mixed with Michael Jackson. I can't even get jiggy with these niggas, I feel like Michael Black. Y'all got 30 niggas on a beat, that shit is Frankenstein. I'm out streaming every nigga I beef with, I be analyzing. Let's go! Hey, fuck you, Rick, you driving like Charlie Hebdo. Take it off, bitch, bend your knees and protect the cross. I can't treat no skis like no main squeeze. She don't even ask me who I hang with. She know I cheat. These bitches don't even speak my language. I'm finna leave. This Peggy is not for your entertainment. I need a feed. Retro, they asked out. We bangers being like Turco. Beat the law. She shakes an ass on podium floors. Damn. You can just relax. Every other day I turn these beats into a pack. Call me Black Kenny Rogers, cause I know.
Oh, the beat change?
In the States to be spitting cat, bitch. I can't stand the way you crackers copy. Feet on land, you'll never hit a Nazi. Frito shoulder, I'm marrying the chip. Real hairs, how that bunny hopping on the dick. Freak bitch, tuck it in her tan line, no stripes. Made her talk to me like I got gang ties. Straight right, catching this heater, feel like a landmine. 2025, your politics is a gang sign. Let's go. Bullshitting, but spitting like
your politics is a gang sign. I mean, I love fireworks. I love this video.
Why did you say you was gonna fuck me up last year? Now I do not hear a peep. Probably because you know next time I see you, you gonna end up right next to Pete. Bitch.
Yeah, Peggy can't keep a beat playing for longer than like 90 seconds.
I'm cracking my whip on the beat. I cannot study no parts like an actor. I got a few style what I'm making. I cannot act like I don't want the crown on canvas taking a fan.
Damn, dude, the fireworks were so nice.
All of them Wandalalas ain't standing on nothing. Them niggas and hoes can be bought. Why bitches ain't vote for Kamala, they lie. So I lie when I'm trying to get in that box. Bitch, get on your knees, shake that ass, and get to protecting my coach.
Yeah, Dianag, I actually added that to the list. We probably won't get to it tonight, but maybe later this week. Let's go, dude. That was fucking awesome, bro. Fucking huge Peggy W. That was great. I love the music video. Like, just speaking on the video alone, that was fucking awesome. The song was great, very high energy. We'll have to go back and listen to the lyrics a little bit more. Looking forward to listening to that whole album. The fit was amazing. Yes, true. I loved the rodeo. They were like in a rodeo rink. I don't know, what do you call it? Like a rodeo arena with the Humvee doing donuts and shit. A lot of American flag stuff. Also the 2025, your politics is a gang sign. Interesting from Peggy, considering that he is a leftist, identifies as a leftist, is a leftist, yet continue to work with Kanye West till this day, I'm pretty sure. So, and took a lot of heat for that too. A lot of people are very pissed off at Peggy for working with Kanye, which rightfully so, bro. You can't be out here like saying you're a leftist and then go work with Nazis, even if they are Kanye West, especially if they are Kanye West, in my opinion. Gotta have a line, bro. Have some dignity. Principles, you know? But hey, whatever. Is what it is. That was a great song. Okay, moving on. We got goddamn dude, I can feel it. Just like being outside today. I wore an N95 the entire time I was outside, and I can feel my lungs. Like I can feel so much shit in my lungs from these fucking fires. It sucks. Day in the life of an insurance adjuster after the LA fires. Wall Street Journal out here really giving us the perspectives that we really need, you know? Day in the life of an insurance adjuster after the LA fires.
The Los Angeles fires are still burning, but homeowners are already rushing to file insurance claims.
Standing on a wreckage like this, I'm like piecing together room by room, how much is each room gonna be. I see here is a master bathroom. That's gonna be probably 25, 30,000.
Anssi Viljanen is a public insurance adjuster. He negotiates claims with private insurance companies on behalf of the policyholder. Today, he's starting to calculate this.
Wait, he's kind of based?
Line item by line.
Wait, is that kind of based? He's like an advocate for people to negotiate to the insurance companies?
Line item.
Is that good?
This wall right here, did we have drywall or did we have plaster? So if it's plaster throughout the whole house, again,
who's he hired by? I mean, he has his company's t-shirt on, but he said it was he said public. He said it was a public insurance adjuster.
To rack up the estimate, we have a kitchen here. It's almost like a treasure hunt of trying to find the most expensive bits and pieces.
Public adjusters try to get their clients more money from insurance companies, and they take a percentage of the payout.
A lot of people think that it's burnt down. It says $1 million on my policy. You know, now we're gonna get $1 million. Unfortunately, not how it's gonna work. We had one where a house was burned down to the slab. It's insured for $1.9 million. And then the carrier comes in and says, well, here's $600,000. That's really where the public adjuster then comes in and points out those bits and pieces that are missing. What we're seeing right now is as bad as it gets. It's probably gonna be 2 years before we can even break ground.
This house is one of at least 7,000 structures in the neighborhood of Altadena destroyed by the Eaton fire.
Jesus. Also, like, you can see even in this overhead.
Destroyed by the Eaton fire.
Like, it's wild. I saw this when I was there too. Like, some houses just didn't burn. Like, it's so wild. And I think LA Times today put out an article about the survivor's guilt of people who like this, you know, like, why didn't this house burn? You know, like, and I went to Altadena earlier this week and was like helping the cleanup efforts, and you would see this. You would see rows of houses being burnt and then like one just standing for no reason. It was it kind of crushed me. It was almost like, I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say. Like, I was like, damn, dude. I don't know how I would feel if my whole neighborhood burnt down and my house was untouched. That would fuck me up really bad.
Good morning.
Since the fires, Viljanen says he's been working nonstop. Every morning he gathers with his team to...
I heard it might have been because of how the homes were built. Apparently there's super flammable way that these houses were built versus others. That's wild. I didn't know that.
discuss the latest updates.
A lot of times the question is like, okay, well, if you guys maximize our claim, does that mean that our premiums are going to go even higher? And the reality of it is, everybody's rates are going to go up regardless.
And share tips for filing claims.
I think we're gonna meet this a lot with any of the fires. The moment a concrete is heated past a certain point, it does disseminate the heat to everything underneath it. So that slab does need to go.
Oh yeah. Alrighty.
Taking on these claims is particularly important for Viljanin. He and his family also had to evacuate because of the fire.
His name is Viljanin?
That's what we grabbed.
I've never heard that name before.
Over there, that's a family heirloom. We didn't know where we might go, so we got a tent over there.
Access to the affected areas is still heavily restricted, but some residents are trickling back into the neighborhoods to see if their homes are still standing. Viljanin went with one of his clients to inspect the damage.
See you, man.
Dude. Like that. Bruh.
It's so amazing that you're still here. There's 1, 2, 3, and we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of us here. And this is the only house that survived.
Talk about a close call.
Embers.
What is this?
Embers.
Stain marks.
Jesus.
Finding your home still
Damn, you
standing.
can see how big they are too. Like,
Oh.
Embers.
that's pretty. It's hard to tell because there's nothing here like to compare it to. That's a big ass fucking thing of embers. It's like It looks like baseball size.
What is this?
Embers.
Maybe even like bigger, softball.
Well, finding your home still standing is a huge relief. These claims, where the damage is primarily from smoke, pose a particular challenge.
This is going to be one of the more technical insurance fights. If it was up to us, yeah, I could hash this out in an afternoon. The insurance world, that's not how long it takes. The last dollar will not be paid for at least another year and a half, especially on these partially damaged houses. For Jorge's family, obviously, the most important thing is to now just be in housing. The reality of it is, you're homeless, but you're still paying mortgage. And you're hoping that your additional living expenses coverage from your insurance policy still has enough money. And it's going to be really, really hard for people to have staying power to come to the point where you're able to reconstruct.
The cost of insured benefits could reach $30 billion, according to one estimate from Morningstar DBRS. It's putting pressure on an already strained system. Before the fires, some private insurers cut coverage for thousands of people in wildfire-prone areas. New regulations will prevent insurers from abandoning these neighborhoods completely, but they will also allow companies to raise rates. The president of the Personal Insurance Federation of California, an industry trade group, told the Journal that rates will probably go up, but the new regulations should stabilize premiums.
Like 10 years from now, is this whole valley going to be built? Who knows? So there's a real possibility where maybe this guy builds, this one doesn't, that one doesn't. We, as public adjusters, we're wanting to have the conversation. How are we going to exit out of this situation? Are we going to sit tight? Are we going to move out of state? Do we need to sell perhaps to a developer? Do we try to weather the storm, keep paying mortgage, hold on to the construction money for 2 or 3 years, and then rebuild after we've gone through the whole hassle of getting that money in the first place?
It's such a broken system where, like, once again, the people who are most vulnerable are forced to pay the biggest price for the effects of climate change. You know, like the people who have made the least from it, who have benefited the least from global capitalism, are now the very first to feel and to hit, you know, they're feeling the weight of it a lot harder than anybody that is responsible. That's for sure.
Go rolling.
This is a group of wildland firefighters.
Going all the way up?
This is the main Palisades fire.
It's also important, like we, you know, when we were in the streets today, well, part of the demands for the protest that we were at, here, let me pull up the list of demands. A buddy of a friend's place is gone, and when they went to file with FEMA, someone lied and filed in his name. Oh my god. So fucking horrible. Yeah, so today at the protest that we were at, the politicians have failed the people. Full relief for Los Angeles wildfire victims now. Free and suitable housing. Open up vacant hotels and residences to fire victims. Thousands of luxury apartment units and homes sit empty across LA. Kept vacant so that development companies can ensure maximize profits in a city experiencing some of the worst housing and homelessness crises in the country. Fire victims and evacuees must be provided with free housing and utilities in these vacant residences as they recover. Demand number 2, full and immediate compensation guaranteed by the federal government and funded through heavy surcharge tax on ExxonMobil, Chevron, PG&E, SoCal Edison, and other energy companies. Entire livelihoods have been destroyed from wildfire destruction. State officials have enacted measures that are not only insufficient to meet the needs, to meet the scale of the loss they are coming, but they are coming too late. Fire victims must receive full compensation to the fullest extent possible from the state for all their losses, to rebuild neighborhoods, recover from job and wage loss, and treat long-term health risks from smoke and debris inhalation. Cancel rent and mortgages. Stop all payments for residents in the evacuation zones. Stop price gouging. Protect LA renters from soaring rents. Fight the fire, not the people. Stop the criminalization of Angelenos. Governor Newsom called in the National Guard to help law enforcement catch and arrest looters as Los Angeles fire personnel publicly critiqued the vastly inadequate budget allocated to local emergency services. While incarcerated California prisoners are forced to fight wildfires and endure extremely hazardous conditions, law enforcement continues to criminalize poor and working people instead of diverting critical resources towards fire response and community aid. Resist disaster capitalism. Rebuild LA by putting people over profits, not through greedy corporate redevelopment. This is what Los Angeles is fighting for right now.
So they're tasked with going up these steep hills and protecting these expensive houses from burning down.
Thousands of firefighters have come from all around the country to battle the still raging Los Angeles fires.
That felt good. We need it down.
This crew came from a prison camp.
So these are inmates in the California penal system. These guys all volunteered to come out here. And this is a major labor force for California.
Around 1,600 incarcerated people work as firefighters in California, making up as much as 15% of the state firefighting force, CAL FIRE.
We work 24 on, 24 off. We won't be out of here till 6, 7 tomorrow morning. I don't know, it's kind of surreal, you know what I mean?
This is California history down here. I mean, we're in Hollywood. It's better than being locked in a cell. We're basically free out here. Is the pay a little rough? I get $1 an hour right now, and I'm one of the highest paid guys on the crew.
Oh my God.
Incarcerated firefighters get between $5 and $10 a day. When they're assigned to a fire, they earn an extra $1 an hour. By contrast, a firefighter hired by CAL FIRE to do similar work ends up earning about $350 for a 24-hour shift.
That's ass too. dude, this is not at a good rate either. They deserve way the fuck more than that.
Not including overtime. But the bigger draw is early release. Serving on a fire crew gets time shaved off your sentence and a chance to get your record expunged.
We're here for the opportunity to reduce our time. Anything I can do to go home a day or two earlier, I'm going to be there to do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's not, I think we can all understand this. Like, yes. I think most people would take the same, like, when the choice is prison or freedom, that's not a choice. Everybody's going to choose freedom, regardless of what the, you know, what the requirements are to that deal. That's why this is incredibly coercive, and this is not a fair exchange of, you know, labor for value paid.
After a 24-hour shift and then a 24-hour rest, the crew is back at work. Now, the job changes from fighting fires to helping prevent them.
This is the arduous work of just clearing this area and making sure it's safe and stopping the fires before they...
No, yeah, Astro, you're totally 100% right. Yeah, I mean, this is of no fault to them, us still, but like they are deflating and decreasing the wages across the entire firefighting industry, for sure.
This is work that these guys do all year round. It doesn't just happen when there's wildfires.
We do this Monday through Friday. This is what we do every day, fire or not. When we talk to other groups and they're doing the same stuff we're doing, and we talk to them about how much you guys getting paid. Oh, well, we getting paid $20 an hour, or we getting paid this much a day. You'd be like, dang. At the end of the month, we probably make like $100. Something that somebody probably making like half a day.
Kip Ford says the fire crew has been an attempt at redemption. He's in prison after being convicted.
Yo, Rock and Roller, thank you for the tier 1. Also, like, to be clear, this part of it is not I don't have a problem with this part. I think people, like, you know, wanting to prove that they are, like, redeemed and, like, having an opportunity to contribute, to be a part of something. All of these are actually really beautiful aspects of, like, a rehabilitative system. And this is how, in many ways, how a rehabilitative system should work. However, this doesn't have to come. There's nothing about this that requires this undignified pay, you know, and a lack of like freedom outside of your 24-hour shift. Like, they should be paid fairly. And they should be free. If the state trusts them enough to hold a fucking chainsaw around each other, and they're clearly not a danger to anybody around them. Like, well, this should be when you're here, you know, you're operating as a punishment for the Department of Justice, and you're working for us. We're gonna still pay you, but the alternative is prison or whatever, as long as we have it. And then when you're not working here, you can leave. You can go do it. Just be back here when your shift is. That just makes so much sense.
Of construction fraud in the aftermath of the 2018 campfire in Paradise, California. A verdict he's appealed.
I have a part of my past that...
Yeah, I understand why prisoners prefer this to prison. That is like clear as day, you know? And for many reasons. For the reduction in their time, not being in fucking prison. You know, I understand that. But it just like they are treated in an undignified way, and that does not have to be that way. This can change. Like,
I'm not 100% proud of. I just hope that I have did all I can to right that wrong as best I could. We were up there fighting them fires this year as a crew, as a team. The Park Fire, the Thompson Fire, the Apache Fire. But just to go to say, you know, that's what do they say is karma. All I can do is move forward, and that's how I justify the day.
I like both of those pieces by Wall Street Journal. Those are both by Wall Street Journal, both very good. Okay, we're gonna move on to Israel and Gaza.
You just heard from President Biden address.
We've got a ceasefire. Prisoners are being released. Brother, I'm doing work. Is this you? It's not all good though. Child labor, strict discipline, and no freedom of speech. Oh, this is you at the bottom. First of all, your accusations are false. Secondly, if you don't like China, then don't bother trash talking them. They have the right to exist. They too have the right to exist and manage their country and what's best. We have more freedom of speech over there. We can discuss certain video game plumbers, for example.
In the nation with an update on the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the release of several hostages. The Israel Defense Forces say 3 Israeli hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. The president confirming those hostages are women. Those hostages now on their way to Israeli forces in Gaza. According to reports, dozens of Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released today as well, and much needed relief also coming to Palestinians, as the United Nations Relief and Works Agency says 4,000 truckloads of aid are ready to enter Gaza. This is all part of the first phase of the deal. We'll keep you updated as more information comes in.
Yeah, Moses, and the president's speech you may have just heard, we're talking about, this is all coming during the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas that went into effect today. It was actually delayed because Hamas had not provided the names of the 3 hostages it planned to release. But just around 11 a.m. local time, Israel received those names and says it stopped fighting. But during the delay, the Israeli military carried out new strikes in Gaza.
The Gaza Defense Ministry of Health.
Wait, so did they stop fighting or did they continue to carry out strikes? These are polar opposite things. Both cannot be true. Like, what the fuck is this?
Health says Sunday at least 14 people were killed over the last 24 hours. As of Sunday, more than 46,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the start of this war, and health officials say that number is likely to rise as authorities recover thousands of bodies in the Gaza Strip.
And our other top story this morning, if you have TikTok on your phone, you may have noticed it has stopped working. Today is the day the ban in...
Wait, why is this all about TikTok?
Last night, TikTok began displaying a message.
Okay, fuck you.
Today is the first day of the ceasefire, and the Israeli army withdrew from Jabalia and other parts in the northern Gaza Strip. Residents and people who were forced to move from northern Gaza Strip to the Gaza city now are returning to their homes. As you can clearly see behind me, and allow me to step away. So people started to return to their homes.
I spent the last 3 months displaced in Al Shati district. Thank Allah for the truce, and I'm now going to see how my house is. Hopefully I will find a few walls to live behind. I used to live in this building with my family and my uncle's families. It was a 5-floor building. The building used to host around 50 people, including my father, myself, and our families. As you can see, the house, the whole thing was reduced to rubble. 50 people of my family will live in the streets.
Jesus
Schools
Christ.
have also been destroyed. There is no life at all in the Kesasin area in the northern part of the Gaza Strip.
God. 50 people.
This is our house and all of our neighborhoods, all of it destroyed. Even the mosque was targeted and destroyed. It is even difficult to set up a tent here.
I am talking to you from a Saftawi neighborhood where the Israeli army stationed for more than 3 months, forcing people to evacuate and flee to the Gaza city. And behind me, after the Israeli army withdrew from these parts and Jabalia refugee camp, hundreds of families are returning to their homes.
What are they supposed to do? When will relief come to rebuild? I don't know. I mean, they claim that the United States claims that the ceasefire deal, like, allows for aid to resume, but you know, even before October 7th, Israel was already controlling how many calories were allowed into Gaza and keeping them on quote unquote a diet, not allowing them to grow their own food, not allowing them to, you know, desalinate their water. Like they've kept control over literally every single part of life inside of Gaza for over a decade now. Yeah, or fish, right? And so Israel is in charge of everything here still, and that's just to say, you know, like, will concrete be allowed to bring? Will they allow concrete to come in? You know, will they? There's so many questions about the ceasefire still that there's no way to know unless we just wait.
In Jabalia refugee camp and Beit Hanun, also Beit Lahia, and as you can clearly see behind me, hundreds of families are returning by carts, bicycles, animals, and also car, on foot. So the people are so happy that it is finally a ceasefire. No more bombings, no more attacks, no more besieging, no more evacuation orders. And as you can clearly see, they are returning, but they still have concerns about if they have any homes or not, because the Israeli army destroyed the vast majority of the residential buildings in Jabalia refugee camp.
Yeah, it's like 90% of like housing.
But وهذه كحلوت الجزيرة الصفطاوي neighborhood.
Hold on 1 second, chat. I'm good. I'm good, Becca. We also have a lot of, you know, a lot of media coverage like this. Gazans cheer for Hamas militants as Israeli hostages released. Wow, it looks like Israel was not successful at all. Looks like Israel didn't accomplish anything that they wanted. They neither eliminated Hamas as a political organization, nor made them unpopular with the Palestinian people. So what was this all for? What was the point of any of this?
Cheese.
Okay.
Okay, Hind, I'm just going to give you some information, Hind. Just for a moment, Hind. Just for a moment, breaking news coming in now that the Israelis say that the ceasefire will begin at 11:15, which is 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes from now. So also that changes the ground realities and perhaps the tension where you are.
Even if we assume that Israel let them build back to what it was on October 6th, it just feels like they leveled the place just to level it, not to accomplish anything other than causing harm to the people. Well, that's why I also think like they won't allow that. They won't allow that, especially with regards to northern Gaza. I think they're going to continue occupying northern Gaza. And as far as I know, this like the ceasefire was not a we will pull out of the entire Gaza Strip. I still think there's like a line that they're still keeping, right? Wait, does anybody have a map? Okay, here. There's a BBC article. What do we know about the Gaza ceasefire deal? How will the ceasefire work? The first stage would last 42 days and see a full and complete ceasefire. Sheikh Mohammed said Hamas would release 33 Israeli hostages. In exchange, a number of Palestinian prisoners would be released. During this first stage, Israeli troops will pull out of all populated areas of Gaza. Biden said, while the Palestinians could also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. Oh, okay. So they are letting them back in the northern Gaza. Supposedly. Stage 2 would be a permanent end to the war, according to Biden. The remaining living hostages will be released in turn for more Palestinian prisoners. Of the 1,000 Palestinian prisoners is thought to have agreed to release overall, about 190 are serving sentences of 15 years or more. An Israeli official previously told the BBC that those convicted of murder would not be released into the West Bank. There would also be a full withdrawal of Israeli troops into Gaza. The third and final stage involves the reconstruction of Gaza, something which could take years. So we'll just see, I guess.
Okay, I'm actually starting telling everyone around me that the ceasefire is going to start in 3 minutes. We have been waiting for this for 470 days, reporting about the ceasefire. It has been a very harsh journey. We have been displaced from a place to another. We have not been seeing our families, and it has been tough for all of the Palestinians. The team, all of Al Jazeera's English team is actually displaced from the northern parts of the Gaza Strip and the Gaza City. We have been separated from our families, and we have been there since day one, trying our best to report and to cover, and it's very, I don't really have the words, but I'm so proud that we made it here, and we are so proud that we're gonna continue the coverage and ceasefire.
Yeah, Hind, of course, I'm sure a great sense of relief for you and the community there across the Gaza Strip. We'll come back to you later in the day. Let's cross over to Amani.
I mean, you can see the relief in her face and like hear it in her voice, you know, just that like there's hope that this hell is finally over.
In Jordan, where Stephanie Decker is reporting all the lines coming out of Israel for us because Al Jazeera is banned from Israel. Stephanie, who in Israel is telling us that this ceasefire is about to begin in 3 minutes?
Correct, just issued by the Office of the Prime Minister that it would take effect 11:15 local time. So that is 2 minutes away from now, something that Palestinians in Gaza, you're hearing from Hind there, I mean, extraordinary, certainly for them, a very, very long wait. Also for the Israelis, families of the captives waiting for their loved ones to come out. These are still very sensitive times, certainly, not to put a dampener on anything, but negotiations beyond the first phase are very complicated. But, you know, the underlying issue is always one of a wider political solution. I also remember there are so many Palestinians who left Gaza. Yes, they were lucky to be able to leave and flee the war, but, you know, friends I've been speaking to really miss their homes. They don't know what the status of their homes. Their kids miss school. Their kids miss their friends. It's a very, very sad situation. The fabric of life of Gaza has been utterly destroyed. I've been going into Gaza for 20 years, and the pictures you see and the friends and colleagues I speak to, it's unrecognizable. So it's not like everybody can just simply go home, close the door, and everything is great. It's impossible. Most of them have no homes to return to.
Stephanie, thanks very much. Of course, we'll get more from you as the situation develops, certainly from within Israel. Let's go back to Hind Qudri, who's in Khan Yunis, soaking in both as a resident and as a reporter for Al Jazeera Hind, the enormity, certainly for the moment, of a ceasefire that will give a lot of Palestinians some respite after 15 very difficult months.
Well, definitely. We're talking about thousands of Palestinians that are going to get ready to go to the areas that they were not supposed to go, just like the eastern parts, Jabalia, the areas that were have been witnessing an Israeli ground invasion, and also Rafah. We're talking about thousands of Palestinians currently in the central area and also in the southern area here in Khan Yunis that are getting ready to go back to Rafah. And people since the morning are waiting for this minute. They're waiting for the minute they can get that the ceasefire is taking effect to go and start moving towards Rafah. We also saw a lot of people putting their luggage, everything is ready, steady to go and to start going back. But those people and also know that most of their houses are not even there. Most of their houses are not standing anymore, but most of the people said that they're gonna put their tents on top of the rubble. They're gonna put their tents in their neighborhoods, and they miss their neighborhoods. They miss whatever is left of what was there before the war in the Gaza Strip. And also, there are thousands of Palestinians that have been separated. And we know that there are policemen banning Palestinians to go to areas that were designated as red zones by the Israeli forces, where these areas have been still have an Israeli presence, and that's why we see municipality workers.
These little girls all at the bottom of the screen, like just watching her. That's kind of cute.
Working today, we see policemen.
Look, they're so curious. They're like, what the heck?
Working and
who is she talking? What is that thing she's holding? Who is she talking to?
After all of these months of the chaos, we're finally gonna see a little bit of organization across the Gaza Strip. I think people around me still do not know that the ceasefire is taking effect, but let's see what's gonna happen in the next couple of minutes.
Hind Gudri there for us in Khan Yunis. Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
Okay, one more video from Channel 4. First hostages and prisoners released.
Outside the car, Hamas fighters and a huge crowd. Huddled inside, 3 Israeli hostages. Handed over to the Red Cross on their way back to their families after more than a year in captivity. In Tel Aviv, they'd gathered to watch history unfold.
I just can't believe that this day is finally here and that it didn't come already a long time ago as well. I just can't imagine what these girls have gone through and can't wait to have them back in our arms. I can't explain what we feel. I can't explain. We're like just like a big family. That's all I can feel. I don't know them, but they're like my sisters. I can't explain. It's insane.
Amongst those freed today, Emily Damari, a British-Israeli dual national and a Tottenham Hotspur fan, kidnapped on October the 7th from kibbutz Kfar Aza.
A what? She's a footy fan?
My beautiful...
Is this the Israeli team?
Beautiful, funny and brave daughter, who I love to the moon and back, deserves to come home. I need to hug her again, and I need to see her smile.
Also released, Doron Steinbrecher, a veterinary nurse, again from Kfar Aza.
I truly am like very interested to see what these people's like perspectives turn out to be after spending the last year and a half during the genocide in Gaza. Like interviews with hostages, as they've come out, even from the earlier hostage exchange, have been they're very rare, and Israel's really clamped down on them. But they've been very interesting, very insightful.
Romy Gonen, shot and abducted at the Nova Music Festival. We spoke to her mother after a previous ceasefire deal collapsed.
We were so sure she will go out at Friday, and it was devastating. To wake up at 4:30 and follow the news and then see there is no list.
In Gaza today, as the ceasefire began, smiles, selfies, and most of all, a sense of relief. Here, they chant patriotic songs. My homeland, you're a paradise. Victory, victory, shout these boys.
Not what they're shouting. Listen, I'm no Arabic scholar.
The widest smiles on the faces.
But I know an Allahu Akbar when I hear one.
They've spent the past 15.
That doesn't mean. I mean, they might cheer it in moments of victory.
Witnessing unbearable horror. Now, Israel's bombs, at least for the moment, have fallen silent. It's over, he shouts.
Beautiful shot.
Also,
imagine being a healthcare worker inside of Gaza right now. Good God.
The streets, Hamas fighters putting on a show of force. Despite the bloodshed, they're trying to portray the fact they're still standing as a victory. We remain. Netanyahu is a failure in the dustbin of history, this man proclaims belligerently. But much of Gaza now resembles an apocalyptic wasteland. Displaced families today began to return to the north of the Strip.
It is a victory. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's up to them to decide. It's not really my place to say, but it is hard for me to look at this. Or I guess the question that I naturally come to when I'm in, seeing people saying like, Gaza wins and everything is like, what did they win? What has been gained? Because quite a lot has been lost. Quite a fucking lot, So like, what has been gained? And I'm not. I guess like there's like a vast difference in the global solidarity for the Palestinian people. However, has that resulted in any like material gains for the Palestinians? Like, and the answer is no. So far, no. Global solidarity has not made a difference. I mean, you can maybe make the case in the long term, like Israel's situation and their pariah state like status threatens like the existence of the Zionist project in a deeper way that does make this a victory, and that is a significant gain. But you know what I mean? I don't know. Hard to say.
Renewed Israeli offensive in recent months has left destruction as far as the eye can see. Sami Barakat has come to see what's left of the 3 apartments and supermarket his family once owned.
We found the place destroyed, as if it had been hit by an earthquake or a volcano. It's indescribable. This street used to be the most beautiful street in the Jabalia area.
Practically Gaza's entire population has been forced out from their homes. Sami's daughter Aya is wondering whether to pitch a tent on the ruins of their house.
I'm here next to my destroyed house. I look left and right and see nothing that can be salvaged. I'm unable to describe these feelings. No human can. Where will we live? This is the question for which we have no answer.
Some here can barely...
Am I the only one that's like, please get out from under this? Please get out from under this. This looks incredibly precarious. If not the whole thing falling down, like even just the little pieces of the concrete. Don't stand under that.
Recognize where their homes once stood. Others pick through the debris, looking for any possessions they can find. Still, amidst it all, there's also defiance. Despite the siege and the destruction, says Mina, we will raise the flag of Palestine. no matter the cost, and we will be victorious. For both sides in this awful conflict, there is now a new hope that more hostages will be released, that the war will finally end.
Well, everyone here at Hostage Square hoping to be back here again next week. That's when the next batch of Israeli hostages are due to be released. Meanwhile, currently in the occupied West Bank, preparations underway for the release of around 90 Palestinian detainees. We've already seen dozens of aid trucks entering into Gaza today, delivering much needed.
Dozens. Can you believe it, chat? Holy shit. They got dozens of trucks going in to feed 2 million people.
Vital supplies for people there. At the moment, families in Gaza
it is.
to the south cannot yet return to the north. They'll be able to do that next week. But there are still concerns about how long this ceasefire will last, particularly whether it will go beyond the first 6-week phase. Ultra-nationalists here in Israel insist on trying to defeat Hamas militarily, whatever that might mean. You can see from the images today, though, the group's still very much on the ground there.
Sek, thanks very much indeed. Well, as you just heard, one of the hostages returned this afternoon is 28-year-old Emily Damari. She was the only British-Israeli citizen still being held by Hamas in Gaza. In the last few minutes, these images of her with her mother have been released. According to witness testimonies from the attack, she was shot in the hand and injured by shrapnel. Her family has frequently expressed grave concerns for her well-being. But today, their lawyer, Adam Wagner, in London, confirmed to us that Emily had been reunited with her family.
It's been the most excruciating 15 months imaginable, where they haven't known if their daughter's alive. They haven't known what condition she's in. They haven't known whether she is being tortured and mistreated in other ways. She's being held by a terrorist group. So it's really very difficult to describe, and has been one of the most difficult professional experiences I've had.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sorry for the flashbang, fascist Nazi flashbang, but yeah. We'll check that out in a second, but first I wanted to shout out Breakthrough News was out there in the streets today. It was really nice to see Kay, friend of the show from Breakthrough in LA. But there were protests all over the United States. The media will not be covering this, chat. The media will not be covering this, okay? So this is what we need to internalize, is that there is resistance happening always. It's happening now.
We say, we say.
Yeah. So the resistance is happening. While we look at everything today, and we'll get back to a little bit of resistance later. But while we're looking at everything today, we need to remember. Yeah, I was watching Jason's protest earlier. It was cool. Here, let's bring you guys over. Let's do this. Let's bring you guys over. So yeah, Trump got inaugurated today. We knew it was going to happen. Nobody should be surprised about that. I mean, obviously. I heard this man Sieg Heil today. Yeah. Is it true? You want to watch? Yeah, let's check it out. Protests are happening though, chat, and it's something you should get involved in. There's a lot of different ways you can participate in the resistance to the rise of fascism in America right now. And you need to be. There's a lot of things you can do. Thank you, Stream Elements. Check if you live in Los Angeles, all right? There's a look at all of these different organizations that you can join today. You can join these organizations today on any number of topics, any number of activist things. Maybe pick a few. Maybe you want to work on harm reduction. Maybe you want to work on Palestinian liberation as we move forward through this ceasefire and keeping our minds there. You know, if you want to work on environmental justice, like you got to find something. Okay, you need to find something. And I promise you that getting involved in a local political scene is going to be way more impactful than anything you could do regarding Trump. What was that though?
For making it happen. Thank you.
I'm gonna do an ableism. Well, don't, because there's a lot of other people who are doing it for you, and we can talk about
My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're gonna have safe.
The future, like literally the next sentence. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Like he did the Nazi salute, and then he started saying Nazi shit. Like, I don't know why we're even talking about this. Kodahara, thank you for the tier 1. This isn't controversial. This guy's a fucking Nazi, man. It looks like a Nazi. It acts like a Nazi. It talks like a Nazi. It walks like a Nazi. It's a fucking Nazi.
Cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're gonna take Doge to Mars. I mean, Can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first?
Like, who is this awesome to? Why does this? Why do you need to plant a flag? This guy's living in like fuck. His colonizer brain is so strong that he's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be so meaningful when we go to Mars and put a stick in the ground. Like, why is that something we should aspire to? It's so silly. I'm not a total hater of like interplanetary travel or anything, but the idea of like going there to plant the flag or making it like a nationalist endeavor is so stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
First time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning.
And that's why I keep Mein Kampf on my Mein Kampf every morning, right when I wake up. I pick it up and I get my inspiration.
And say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So.
Yeah, Mikey is right. There is nothing to debate here. Like, this was a Nazi salute. The Nazis saw this and they were like, yeah, that's a Nazi salute. And we love that. Like, the Nazis were very clear. He communicated it exactly to the people. I don't know why anyone would do his work for him and like try to make it a dog whistle. It's not a dog whistle. He's doing it directly. He did it twice.
And let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and
this is our first gamer president. It's so sad.
Yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's gonna be very exciting. As the president said, we're gonna have a golden age. It's gonna be fantastic.
Stop calling him a gamer. I'm just joking.
One of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic.
A golden age, Reich? Yeah, right? That seems pretty clear to me. Yeah, so here it is again, just so we all are very clear on what we're watching. Like, and the excuse that they're saying, is that he is grabbing his heart and giving it to the audience. Which, if you're doing that, you would like, I don't know. I think you would do like this. Yeah, it's the palm down, the hand play. Like, there is nothing. There is nothing. There is no excuse. It is exactly what it looks like. Okay, but you still have some fucking idiots, okay? In the mainstream media and the small media, you know, like, you got them all over, right? So actually, I thought this was like a good response to this. I don't know much about this organization, but this is what the ADL could have done, right? Limkin Institute for Genocide Prevention. The Limkin Institute is horrified to be issuing a red flag alert for the United States of America on the very first day of the second Trump term as president. However, Elon Musk's clear use of the Nazi salute twice during his speech has given us no other choice. The use of an anti-Semitic genocidal signal by the world's most powerful man, who has engaged in racism and anti-Semitism in the past, cannot be taken lightly or written off as a mistake. Read the full red flag alert here. So this is like another, they're an Institute for Genocide Prevention. They are kind of their job to recognize this shit. They are very clear, okay? However, if you go to almost any news outlet right now, they're all going to be giving credence to this idea that this wasn't happening. From Talia, a friend of the show, incredible choice from Democracy Dies in Darkness, WAPO. Elon Musk gives exuberant speech at inauguration. And I want you to ask yourself, why would they do this? Why would they, why is this already being rewritten in history? And you should remember that this is a fucking, this website, Washington Post, is owned by Jeff Bezos, who was in attendance during the speech. You can't have the owner of your, newspaper at the fucking Nazi rally that you're calling a Nazi rally. Do you understand how this is such a clear fucking, we are being fucked. We can't count on anything anymore. The oligarchy has fully taken over. We are in a new era of fascism. New York Times also, Elon Musk ignites online speculation over the meaning of a hand gesture. Dude, it's so cowardly. It's just it's just sad. And then you have this guy who I just think he's really, really not smart. I don't know. I know he's not smart. I know that Hutch is not. I know he's he is a little bit of a moron. I know this. But I also think he's I think this is a grift. I love Hutch, really? Dude, read this. But I'm a lib, so what do you expect? Dude, I have watched Hutch's streams. They are very stupid, dude. They're very, very dumb. He actually is not providing you any value. You realize this guy, he defended Biden up until the day that he dropped out. You realize that, right? He wanted Joe Biden to run until the day he dropped out. Every liberal is dumb if you're a leftist, though. No. I don't even agree with that. I think there's a lot of reasons that people are liberals. Some people just haven't been radicalized yet. Hutch is intentional. He's intentionally dumb. I don't know what it is. I think he's actually trying to grift and just say the worst thing possible at every moment to get more Twitter likes. This one, okay? Nervously walks up to the mic. I think it's correct that Elon is a strange guy who hulked out in a strange moment. A strange moment, bro. He's on stage leading in the new fascist Republic of the United States. It's not a strange moment. He's placed himself there over a series of a long time. These are decisions that he's been making for years. For years. For what it's worth, this tweet from Hutch is fucking stupid. I agree. Can you tell me a good take he's had? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I've just never heard a good take from him ever. Can you point me to a good take? But he very probably did not intentionally do a Nazi salute. Why? What is the point of saying this? It's rage bait, right? It's rage bait. Why? But who are you doing this for? Who are you doing this for? Why are you running defense for Nazis on the timeline right now? I'm serious. Why would you do this? The ADL, the Apartheid Defense League, and listen, I expect this from the ADL. Okay, they are very principledly ethno-nationalists. And so, of course, they will support the Nazis. Like, this makes sense to me. All of this is like consistent with their ideology, right? This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead. Like, you're ethno-nationalists. You don't have a problem with Nazis. You would be chill with Nazis now. Like, if the Nazi party existed now, or if Israel existed during the Nazi regime, they would have been like, I'm telling you, that nothing changes except for the timeline. If Israel existed during the Nazis, they would have been like shaking hands, bro. They would have been shaking hands. As long as the Nazis were just, going after Muslims and Romanis in Germany, and they just pushed all the Jews out of Germany and into Israel, they would have been fucking fine with it. Yeah, and this is consistent today too. Nazis love Israel because it's like, yeah, wait, you guys want to self-segregate? You guys just want to self-segregate and go live in that ethno-nationalist state on your own? That they would love that. Don't you get, like, you don't understand the, like, for fascists, for ethno-nationalists, for ethno-supremacists, every ethnicity living separately in their own ethno-state, that's their dream. This is their wet dream. This is what they want to exist. This is the world they want to build. This is the world that they want to build. So, of course, the ADL will support it. But if you're just a fucking, like, quote unquote liberal, like blue non, you think that I just don't get it. Because like Hutch is like a very, very, he's just like a very traditional liberal. He fucking loves the Democratic Party. He thinks that, everybody, the Democrats are always right. And like, if they're not right, then, whatever, it's okay because they're better than the Republicans. Like, he's just a very standard liberal. It's like, it's boring and uncreative. MSNBC does the exact same thing. But who does this serve? I just don't understand it. Is it a grift? Is he starting a grift to the right wing? Is this what it is? I don't get it. Is this just like a one-off where he's just trying to say the stupidest shit possible to get attention? I don't know. Maybe I should stop giving him attention. Whatever. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's both. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't know. I think he's also just dumb. Just to be clear, you are defending a Heil Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. The people can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. People should have stopped listening to them a long time ago. Also, this "you work for them," I probably would not have like worded it this way, if I'm being honest. If I'm being completely honest, I probably wouldn't. I don't know, but is what it is. I like to see that. And then you have these takes. You have these takes, which are incredibly fucking gross, incredibly ableist. I can't tell you how disgusting this is. Elon is autistic. He isn't a Nazi. I love this idea that, like, Elon is the smartest man alive and he doesn't know how not to do a Nazi salute because he's so autistic. He doesn't know how to do a Nazi salute or how to not do a Nazi salute. Like, it's like, what? This is so disrespectful, so disgusting. I'm angry right now. Noticed by my red emoji. I have a brother who is autistic, and I know a thing or two about this. Most autistic people have difficulty expressing feelings. Elon does not express feelings very often. When he put his hand over his heart and then put his hand out towards the crowd, he was attempting to share love. Oh, so this is a autistic people specific hand gesture? Is that's where we're going? That's what we're saying here? That's actually difficult for many autistic people. He felt strongly about something and was trying to express that. For many people, suggesting he was making a Nazi salute is completely beyond acceptable and shows their ignorance or that they are being intentionally deceptive. Elon was expressing love. Stop trying to make it into anything else. Yeah, one in chat if you're autistic and have never thrown a Nazi salute ever. It's really not fucking hard. Also, like, hey, guess what? If you're at the Trump rally, as he's bragging about deporting 20 million people, okay, and you're expressing love to the people there, also, you're a Nazi. Also, you're a Nazi. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, like, you're there expressing love for the fascists as they're talking about doing a genocide. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Also, I just set that guy up for the 2. He's probably not autistic. That is 1000% a Nazi salute being given behind the presidential podium on Inauguration Day. Also MLK Day by the richest person on the planet. That moment will live in infamy. I can tell you as an autistic person that we do stuff like this. I can imagine myself doing something like this. It's like I live in my own world and I attach my own proprietary meaning to things, completely oblivious to what the rest of the world thinks of what I say or do. Like, I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it. The Lincoln guy? What is the Lincoln guy? Elon has the same condition as the late Dr. Strangelove. True.
And the prevailing motion will be one of nostalgia for those.
Who's Lincoln?
Combined with a spirit of bold curiosity for the adventure ahead.
Why is this like fucking... Why is this... The motion is like... I hate it, dude. Ew. Oh, wait. This guy has a tweet pinned? Oh, he pinned this tweet. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, dude. I was like, I don't know, man. I love taking Mike and Ike's down my throat in the shower. Okay, Prodigy. As a person with a strong track record of criticizing Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting that this was not a Nazi salute. Elon Musk is a friend to the Jews. This is a man with Asperger's, exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. We don't need to invent outrage. And so, I mean, listen, you wonder and you ask, how does this happen? How does fascism take control in a country like this, right? Asperger's is such a funny choice of words here. Yeah. No, it's all there. I mean, yeah. It's all out in the open. It's just going to continue like this. Like, listen, chat. Even if the liberals don't see it, the liberals will bury their fucking heads in the sand forever, as long as they possibly can. They will do that as long as possible, all right? They'll bury their heads in the sand. They'll refuse to take responsibility. They'll refuse to look at what we're watching. They'll close their eyes. They'll bury their head in the sand. Curry, we have stuff on that coming up later. But we know what we see, chat. You don't have to recognize it. I don't need every single other person in the world to see what I see. I saw it with my own eyes. We have eyes, and we can think, and we know the truth. And no amount of gaslighting is going to change the truth, okay? No. I liked this thread a lot. I thought this was very interesting. Skylar Higley, former writer at the Onion. One time at the Onion, when Kanye said some Nazi stuff, I pitched the headline that was something like, Kanye defends fascist statements as natural conclusion to neoliberalism. And it sparked this big-ass debate as to whether that downplayed anti-Semitism. Either way, the joke is Kanye's dumbass having something elucidating to say about how hierarchical power structures dovetail into bigotry, but whatever. So we killed the joke, but when you see America's #1 capitalist Nazi salute on Inauguration Day, it would then seem obvious that it isn't entirely inappropriate to treat bigotry as synonymous to and resulting from a system of accumulated power. Anyways, whatever, just thinking about that right now. Too long didn't read. I feel like I was right, and this sucks, and Elon sucks. You can do your little discourse on this in the thread, but I'm muting it. It is. It's a good joke. And I understand the reason that it was like downplaying, because it wasn't specifically about anti-Semitism. Everybody likes to act like anti-Semitism is a unique thing, but it plays the same role as every other kind of racism does in the rise of fascism. It's a story that is told that displaces the working classes, like genuine anger and rightful anger at the way that their world is, and points it to a marginalized group. Right now, it's in the United States. Right now, it's immigrants and trans people, and but in other periods of time for fascism, it's been Jews.
This is what Trump ran on. He ran on scared politics. I think it's
okay. Here we go. Trump's first hours, mass deportation raids set for major cities. I'm sorry, Jeff. My brain is like fucking fried. I was at the protest all day. Been breathing in this LA air.
It's important to center this conversation to talk about immigration some, and that the last full month of the Biden administration here in December was the lowest crossing at the border since 2020 when Donald Trump was president. Do I agree that if there's bad people here that have committed...
Did you tie-dye yourself? No, this is from Cola Corporation.
...crimes, they should be kicked out of this country? Absolutely. But 68% of all the Latinos in America know somebody that's undocumented. And for all you folks at home, that's the folks who's picking your salad and milking your cows. On CNN tonight, in South Dakota, our farmer came on this show and talked about how he had voted for Donald Trump and didn't really think Donald...
Wait, Chili, what do you mean by that?
Was going to deport the...
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Milk's finna go up. Buckle up.
Well, I want to, you made a point here about criminals, because I think they've been pretty clear for logistical reasons that they are going to start with let's figuratively speaking, the lowest hanging fruit, the easiest thing for them to accomplish. Are you, Keith, concerned about a plan that involves rounding up people who are already adjudicated as criminals? Maybe they have deportation orders, maybe they have final orders of deportation, and saying, we're finally going to get you and deport you as a court has adjudicated?
Well, the devil's in the detail, and I don't really know where the details are. It seems like there's a lot of puff right now and a lot of scare tactics. They want people to be afraid about this. I just don't understand how they have the infrastructure to be able to pull this off on Tuesday. I mean, Tom Homan himself was saying, we need 100,000 detention beds in order to be able to do this. We have like 20,000. or 40,000 or something like that. You're talking about doubling the number of detention beds in order to be able to keep these people in some sort of space before you can deport them. How are they going to possibly do this? So I think a lot of what is going on right now is they want people to be scared so that Trump can come in and pretend like he's doing something. We're going to have a lot of executive orders signed in the next few days, and we're going to think there's something happening, but I don't really think he's going to be able to do as much as he wants to do. But it will be dangerous, but not as quickly as he wants it to be.
I think, though, that what's important to remember is that a lot of the policies that were put in place by the Biden administration are going to be taken away, so that hopefully we go back to the Trump way it was, where the stay in Mexico policy. I mean, we had a week and a half ago in Boston, we had a situation where an illegal was in a housing unit with over $1 million worth of fentanyl, an AK-47 and weapons. And these are the type of people that they want to get rid of.
We have
These
American
are the people,
citizens in Las Vegas and New Orleans who are killing people as well. I mean, we have American citizens in the United States who are committing acts of terrorism, who are committing murders and crimes. In fact, American citizens, natural-born American citizens, are more likely to commit those crimes than people who come here as immigrants.
Then they have to face a court as well.
It's easy to pick out a case and cherry-pick this and say, this is the problem that we're all facing because this one person did this one horrible thing. And we can all agree that that's a horrible thing. But that's not how you make policy. You don't make policy because of anecdotal evidence. You make policy based on facts and statistics and data.
Yeah, and the fact remains that the overwhelming number of immigrants here are law-abiding people who are paying taxes, who are following the law. And this sort of notion of like, we must remove all of them as rapidly as possible, and that's the problem with America, that's a really dangerous way to look at it.
Well, they're not going to be able to remove all of them.
That's right.
I think almost everybody acknowledges that. And so are we going to see a bunch of activity on Tuesday, and then it's going to taper off when people turn to other issues that come up? Because to get to even 1 million is going to take quite a long time. It could take the entire year, let alone 11 million. That's probably not going to happen.
You'll see activity. I don't know about a lot of activity, but for anyone who thinks that Donald Trump is bluster and bluff on this issue, he ran on it. He didn't run on scare tactics. He ran on what was either the top issue or the second top issue among the American people for the entirety of the campaign. And so you're going to see him deliver on his promise. It will be a promise made, promise kept to start moving forward on that. But I will say, I think it is a fair criticism that expectations have not been appropriately set. I think that Donald Trump, Tom Homan, the entire team needs to do a better job explaining precisely what we will see and when, because there are some folks on my side of the aisle, Republicans, who are going to expect everything to get fixed in 6 months, and there are others who will expect absolutely nothing will happen. Government is government. It's going to be messy. It's not going to be easy, and they need to be honest about that.
What are we in for in terms of the legal environment? I mean, I remember almost like it was yesterday, that first week of the first Trump administration, when people were at airports, there was mass confusion both inside and outside of the United States. There were court cases being adjudicated in the middle of the night, all kinds of things like that. It was actual pure chaos.
I remember that. That was going back to the Muslim ban and a lot of the stuff that was putting in. Let me live this in real life. Both of my business partners are immigrants. They've both been in this country over 20 years. One of them under DACA, the temporary service for kids who have come, and the other under TPS from El Salvador. Both went to their entire school in America. Both graduated with honors. Both of them now are business partners with me and make more money than a U.S. congressman and don't know the certainty of what their lives will be. Have they broke the law? No. But if they stay past...
It's fucking insane how after 1.5 years of a campaign, mainstream media chooses the day before ICE raids to start pushing back on the immigration narrative. Yeah, and I mean, they won't be pushing back for long. You know? I'm also like, I don't know, I kind of got checked the other day when I was like talking to some friends of mine who work in, who work in like immigration and with undocumented people, and they were like kind of like cautioning me on being too like alarmist about it and like causing panic, you know, like because basically they were like, this is what Trump wants. He wants to instill fear in the hearts of like undocumented people, and like what we should be doing instead is like reminding people of their rights, and that like, you know, ICE genuinely does not have the constitutional right to come into your house. They do not have the constitutional right to, like, you know, hold you without charge. Like, they do not, you know what I mean? Like, that you have rights, and as long as we like understand these rights and people exercise these rights, and you know, that's basically what we can do. And I understand that the Laken Riley bill also, yeah, that does kind of change things. However, like, these are people that I respect, right? And I do want to take that criticism or take that understanding a little bit. Yeah, what up, Gaza is our home. Did you message me on Discord? I thought you came in here the other night. I don't know. I think you should know your rights. You should. You do not have to answer any questions from any police officer, any like law enforcement agency at all. How trustworthy are the institutions that enforce these rights? Not very. However, in the act of, like, you know, it's really just about, like, are you able to be, you know, are they able to, like, come in your house? Like, don't open the door. If ICE is at the door, don't open it. You don't have to let them in. You don't have to talk to them. You don't have to answer any questions. You know? I haven't seen that sign, but why would I have a problem with that also? Jewish people are a minority. I don't know.
March, when one of their TPS expires, then they have, quote unquote, broke the law, to your points about devils in the details. So real people are living this, and I have a very, very good life. And folks around me have a good life. Think about the people who are just trying to make it every day and the uncertainty in their life.
So,
wait, people? Yes, people are, but businesses, what does it mean? It just means it's a business owned by a minority, and so they're probably given access to certain government grants and stuff like that.
Tier 1 subscription to Bat Train Rick.
I don't have I don't think we should have a problem with that. There are way bigger things to get upset about than that. You know what I mean? Have you seen the Shut the Fuck Up Friday video before? Of course. Of course. We do a lot of cop watch on this stream and remind each other of what your rights are in situations like that, but I'm confused why this didn't exist before already. That's a better question. Yeah, that's definitely a better question, but
I'm sorry, if this had been an issue that both sides in Congress had been actually trying to fix for years, I could understand this. But this has been a problem that especially Republicans have lifted up and not wanted a solution so they could continue running on it. And this is like the ultimate I'm going to seem tough on crime moment. And it is going to be quite frightening for a lot of Americans to watch these sort of raids.
You're good, Sky. I'm not looking at those logs, by the way. I don't know if you're like insisting that guy gets banned. I hope that other mods are looking at that, I guess. You know?
This is not the sort of America that a lot of people.
This is Democracy Now!
Okay, next up we're gonna check out in Chicago, people are out protesting in the cold. Chicago immigration activists hold protest against President-elect Donald Trump's deportation plans.
Protest was but one of the many ways that immigration activists this week are seeking to not just call attention to, but also to educate people on the promises being made by the incoming Trump administration to begin mass deportation.
Oh, hell yeah, Bersilium.
Immigrants starting on day one. The intersection of 18th Street, Blue Island, and Loomis and Pilsen.
I used to live right by here.
In this predominantly Mexican neighborhood. Today, it is where dozens of people came out to protest Donald Trump's immigration policies a week and one day before he takes office for the second time as president of the United States.
His border czar, Tom Homan, came to Chicago, and he said he's going to come and deport people starting on day one.
It is a promise President-elect Donald Trump
What's up, Maya?
over and over while on the campaign trail.
Day one, I will launch the largest deportation of criminal program in American history.
And it is that promise of mass.
Dude, Bogler, yeah, like you're literally not being banned. I don't care. You can like Hutch. I actually like. It's fun. It's funner for me to have, you know, people like you in here. Unless you're actively making the space unsafe for other people that I like more, you know, then I'm not gonna ban you. Like,
mass deportations that led both to today's protest in Pilsen and to this workshop in Waukegan, where following services at United Giving Hope, an immigration attorney was on hand with advice for those who are undocumented immigrants.
To avoid an expedited removal, they should always carry evidence that they've lived.
Can you rate chatters on a tier list, please? Yeah. Tier 3 subs. Here's my tier list. 3 is at the top, 2 is right underneath, 1 is right below that, and then normal subs, and then prime subs. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's the list. What do you mean?
Outside of the United States for more than 2 years.
Education, not fear, is the message activists are trying to promote. Chief among them today was Elvira Arellano, a woman who 22 years ago
VIPs
national headlines
are below tier 3.
her arrest for working at O'Hare Airport without documents. She took refuge inside Pilsen's United Methodist Church to avoid being deported and separated from her young son. Today, he is all grown up.
Hace 22 años ya.
I started fighting 22 years ago. I haven't tired of it yet, said Arellano today. I haven't lost hope that something can be done to help all of us. Others, however, believe there can be a middle ground. In City Council, 2 conservative Latino alders, Silvana Tavares and Ray Lopez, are seeking to amend Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance to allow Chicago police to work with ICE to weed out undocumented immigrants who are charged with human trafficking and other violent crimes, arguing that by helping the Trump administration to fulfill their stated goal.
Mohov, thank you so much. And Mr. Perry, thank you for the gifting.
Mr.
Of deporting criminals, that will protect others.
If turning over 1 or 2 bad apples keeps thousands safe, it seems to be a no-brainer for
Bro, it's a good day to have a good day. Okay, turning over 1 or 2 bad apples keeps there's only a few. There are 1 or 2 bad apples who are ruining the lives of thousands of people, and they're property owners. Like they're landlords in your city. Do you understand? Like they exist and you're not doing shit about them. How'd I get a sub? I'm not even followed. You got gifted. You got lucky.
For me.
It is a proposal opposed by those protesting in Pilsen today, including 25th Ward Alderman.
Wait. Well, yeah, Chili, I actually wanted to say what you said. Because people will talk about someone being a Nazi and then add German words. It's demeaning the German speakers who aren't Nazis, especially since it isn't 1940. Oh, wait, I lost you. You can speak any language and be a Nazi. True. True. I thought about looking at it like that too. Yeah, I don't know.
Byron Siccho Lopez.
It's unconscionable that we have members of the city council that are taking steps to quote unquote collaborate with the Trump.
No, Chili. I mean, it's a decent take. It's a decent thing to point out.
Immigration activists are not.
Read mine? No.
Not done yet.
Okay, fine. When? Oh, I think this is kind of a not all men complaint with peace and love. If it doesn't apply, there's no reason to take offense. And the historical context remains. Yeah, I don't know. I think we can just be like, respectfully, I do not care about offending Germans. It's not worth arguing about. It's fine.
Yet, with a much larger scale protest being planned for January the 20th.
Where's the hat from? Cola Corporation.
Downtown, set to coincide with President Trump taking office.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. All right, so here's a Chicago alderman warning of collateral captures in potential migrant raids. Because this is, yes, collateral captures are definitely going to be happening. Like, people are going to be wrapped up in this deportation case who are citizens. Like, this is definitely going to happen.
Chicago's 15th Ward is joining us now. It is good to see you again. I appreciate you making the time this evening. Please tell me more about this. You told me you believe the city council and the mayor ratcheted up the rhetoric. They taunted Trump and Homan. Do you believe this is why Chicago may be at the top of the list this week?
I absolutely believe, Natasha, that this is exactly why Tom Homan and Donald Trump are setting their sights on the city of Chicago. We have seen where other cities like New York, other states have in fact said, they're open to meeting and discussing how to move forward with the incoming administration. But Brandon Johnson and his socialist enablers have said, no way, no how. And they've even threatened to arrest ICE agents if they try to deport individuals in our city. This week, the city council took up a measure that I and my colleague Alderman Silvana Tabares put forward that would amend our welcoming city ordinance, our sanctuary laws, that would allow our police officers to work with federal partners when we arrest individuals who are very dangerous in our communities. And 39 out of 50 members of the city council said no, that they prefer to stand with those criminals, those who are doing human trafficking and sexual predation of children, rather than work with ICE to get rid of them from our communities. I take Tom Homan at his word that they're going to focus on getting rid of those who are choosing to commit some of these most dangerous acts in our cities across this country, and to focus on
like this rhetoric is so stupid, because of course everybody fucking knows the actual data. Undocumented people in the United States commit crime at a far less rate than naturalized citizens. Okay, this is obvious. It's just factual. However, facts don't matter, right? Facts do not convince people. Facts don't matter. Facts don't change anything. Okay, so we can have these facts, and yet they still need to make up these lies. Like, do you think that in Chicago, like doing a horrific, like violent crime like he's describing is like not illegal? Do you think that that's not illegal? It's illegal. Like, what do you mean? Why do you want, we're doing, like, what? I don't know what else they want. It's so silly. They always are just acting like, oh, well, like, crime is out of control and there's nothing we do about it. And it's like, bro, that's literally, like, that's what at least a third of your city's budget is going to. Facts don't care about your feelings. No, facts. No, but I'm saying that people don't care about facts. I'm not even saying facts don't care about your feelings. I'm saying people don't care about facts. You cannot change people's politics via facts. Like, listing off stats and being factually correct means jack shit if you're trying to actually change people's minds. They don't care. They don't care. We are dealing with vibes. We are dealing with stories. Can you tell a more compelling story about why people's lives are the way that they are? Okay. Trump won by a landslide because he came through and he had a story. He said, your life fucking sucks. Your rent is too high. Your groceries are too expensive. Your wages are too low because of immigrants. And of course that's not true. Of course that's a fucking lie, but it's a story. And what was the story that the Democrats put forward? The story they put forward was, oh, you're actually doing fine. Actually, everything is working exactly as we want it to. You're doing fine. Like, it was just gaslighting. It didn't even attempt to explain why people's lives are the way that they are. There was no story given. And so, yeah, they lost. But it's on us to put forward a better story. It is on us to put forward a better story to the working people of this country, to explain why their lives are fucking shit. To explain why their grandma got kicked out of hospice, and now their wife has to stay home and take care of their mother-in-law, or all these, like, the things that are just incomprehensible and unjust to any person in America. There's so many of them you could name, right? How do we explain that? How do we tell a story? We can't just blame rich people and corrupt politicians. It makes us sound like conspiracy theorists. I mean, I think there are some ways you tell that story that make you sound like a conspiracy theorist, and there's some ways that aren't. I think going up to talking to a working class person and saying, oh, like, Yeah, you pay a lot in city taxes. Like, what would you like for your city to do with that money? And then, talking about the city's budget, talking about the fire department. Like, these are conversations that win people over. Talking about power in your workplace. Talking about how your boss doesn't know how to do your job. Talking about who really creates the value of the companies that they work for, and where does that money go? Why aren't you paid more? Why haven't you gotten a raise in 3 years? These are conversations that the Democrats don't want to have with people, and the Republicans obviously aren't going to have this with people either. Why are both of our parties completely bought and sold by the capitalist class? This isn't conspiratorial thinking. Everybody knows it and sees it. Everybody knows this. We all can look at the world and understand that that's a truth. How do you explain that though? Right?
Expelling them from the United States. The problem is that when they come into our neighborhoods looking for those high priority targets, there's going to be collateral damage. They're going to catch other people who they weren't intending on getting. And that is exactly the kind of dangerous outcomes that many Democratic politicians in Chicago and beyond want to see, because they want to see those photo ops. They want to see those families being torn apart because they just caught the wrong individual who also happened to be undocumented, so that they could point the finger at Trump and say, see, we told you all along. It's all politics, it's all performance, and it's really a dangerous game of chicken being played right now.
Okay, so Alderman, you bring up a lot there. So first of all, you're referring to this past Wednesday. You're speaking of this effort to change the welcoming city law. It would have allowed police officers, as you said, to work directly with ICE if migrants were tied to 4 specific crimes. We're talking about gang-related activities, drugs, human trafficking, sex crimes involving minors. The council said no.
All of which is.
And you talk about the ratcheting rhetoric.
All of this is illegal. It's already illegal.
Saying what worries you most this upcoming week is that criminals will be pursued, yes, but you say there will be the collateral captures who are caught up in this.
Absolutely.
What do you mean by that? Who are you talking about when you say collateral captures?
Well, we know that there are some high priority targets that clearly Donald Trump and Tom Homan are focusing on. We heard it from Tom Homan previously about those individuals who are maybe terror connections or have some dangerous criminal
terror connections.
We also
what the fuck where is the 15th ward of Chicago? Where is that? I gotta see a map here. Give me a map. Oh, what the fuck? First off, gerrymandered horseshit. Look at this. Look at this gerrymandered fucking wow. All of them are, but good God. Like, what the fuck does Canaryville have in common with West Inglewood? How do you accurately represent these people? It's so fun. That's so funny. It looks like it's giving itself a thumbs down. Yeah, true. I mean, that's surprising. I kind of would have expected him to be like far west side, and most of his constituents are cops.
You know that when
it's actually like somewhat of a working class neighborhood full of people of color.
Agents go knocking on a door where they believe an individual lives that's on their target list, someone else who may also be undocumented, just going about their business and basically following the laws of the city, may open the door, may answer, may identify as being undocumented. And ICE is not going to try and determine whether this is a good undocumented or a bad. They're just going to say, your residency is in question and you're coming with us. And that would be very unfortunate because we have thousands of long-term undocumented individuals who basically have just been waiting their turn for a path forward. We're going to wind.
I mean, I guess the point to bring up with regards to like, you know, if somebody comes and is just like, your residency is in question, the burden of proof is on them. Do not assist them. Do not assist them in your, like, in their questioning. Do not talk to them. Do not help with them at all. It's on them to prove that you don't have citizenship.
end up being swept up because of all of the rhetoric from our mayor.
There's a specific recommendation you say is coming down from the mayor that you're taking specific issue with. In fact, you told me this is the stupidest thing you've ever heard. What is that recommendation and why?
You know, what we have seen is the mayor and his team basically said that those undocumented individuals, undocumented families should put a note on their door saying that they know their rights if ICE is coming, that they know that they need to have a phone call a lawyer, this, that, and the other. Why would you tell undocumented individuals, if you're that concerned about them, to put a note on their door basically declaring that undocumented live here?
Fuck that. Put it on every door. If you live in Chicago, put this shit on your door. Okay? And yeah, it should let ICE know you're not welcome here and you're not going to be able to come in anywhere without a fucking warrant.
Stupid. That's like putting a scarlet letter letting everyone know that you've been deemed a witch from the 1700s.
Yeah, exactly, Ken. No, this is a big question too, and everybody who's maybe like not as sympathetic to undocumented people should be asking themselves, can I prove my citizenship? Can I prove my citizenship with armed goons at my door in an instant, you know?
And that's exactly what the mayor and his team want to do. They want people to basically self-identify as undocumented, knowing full well that we very well might have close to 200 to 300 individuals looking for high priority targets in the city of Chicago. What I think that does is create the opportunity for those collateral captures that we just spoke about, because I think that the mayor, his socialist allies, and many of the hyper progressives who can't get past the fact that Trump won want to see photo ops of people being taken who weren't necessarily the target.
Thanks for watching. Go to join and
just silly.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. Ahead of President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration today, thousands march in protests across the United States Saturday. Democracy Now!
Also, I want to watch a little bit of one speech. We'll watch this from Democracy Now! About the protests happening today. But I also wanted to watch a speech from my stream earlier today from the LA protest. There's one speaker who I really liked. I actually spoke with her at the protest after. I'm going to try to hopefully get involved with what they're doing over there. Really inspired to find it. This one. Check it out after this.
Team, we were in Washington, D.C. when thousands came out to join the People's March. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. We're at the People's March in Washington, D.C., 2 days before the inauguration of Donald Trump. People are carrying banners that say, "We will not be silent. Together we can. Together we will.
Steady out.
Your power, our power, people power." There are many people. One person was holding a sign that said, "MAGA, morons are governing America." And there
got
are
him.
other issues. This people
Fucking put it. Listen, Trump, you got to see this sign. There's a sign outside, Mr. Trump. I'm afraid you can't be president. I'm afraid, Mr. Trump, the people have spoken. You must step down. You have been owned. You have been owned on the streets. You must quit or something.
People are talking about women's rights, trans rights, LGBTQ rights, talking about the rights of Palestinians, D.C. statehood, and much more. We'll talk to people in the crowd.
Trust black women! Trust black women!
How you doing? I'm Hope Giselle. I'm the executive director of the National Trans Visibility March, and I'm out here because all of us deserve the space to feel like we have a voice in democracy. All of us deserve to feel like human beings, and all of us deserve to have our rights respected. And so without...
Basically all leftist demands at once. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. That's how that we should be able to, by the way. I don't believe in this idea that a protest needs to have a specific demand or anything like that. You know? I don't believe that. I think people we should universalize our demands, and we should be bringing a lot of different groups in, and that's part of having a multicultural you know, like multiracial coalition, right? Is that everybody's going to bring their own demands and their own priorities in. And that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And we should learn how we can connect all of these different things together.
A democracy, without a true democracy, we all fall to the wayside of a corruption and a government that does not see us as human beings, and I refuse to allow that to stand.
My name is Nicole. I come from Garfield, New Jersey, and my sign says, if you're not angry, you're not paying attention. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, abolition isn't everything, and it has been for years. I will say, like, you know, even I feel like the online left actually is like more disconnected from abolition and like has like moved past, I think primarily because it is a lot wider on the internet. I mean, just in the aspects of like who's doing the talking, who has the mics, who have the viewers. Like, you have to objectively, like, you know, it's a pretty white space up here in our size of like content, you know, creation. And a lot of people are not like focusing on abolition anymore, not talking about police budgets. Like, it's just a fact. But however, at the student intifada at UCLA, abolition was a core demand, one of the top 5 demands that they were like, you know, sharing a lot. At every single protest you go to, like every single like all of these groups are saying like LAPD, they're pointing to the LAPD budget. Every single protest we go to live, they talk about it. On the ground, it's everywhere and never left. And I think there's a little bit of a like, you know, there's a or I don't even know how to describe it. Like, there's just like a disconnect between that rhetoric on the ground and its prevalence there and you know, on the left on the internet. You rarely hear about city budgets or defunding the police on the internet anymore.
Is that you have to join the fight?
At least in my perception.
My name's Anova. I came from Oregon. My sign says liberation for all of us, and the people are stronger than fear.
My name is Caleb, and my sign says, I am mad, very mad.
My name is Ann Wright. I'm a retired U.S. Army colonel and a former diplomat.
I don't know, Brian.
Resigned in 2003 in opposition to the war in Iraq.
Brian, with shit like that, genuinely no bad protesters. Just go along with it. Like, they're out in the streets, you know.
Therefore, I'm here for the People's March and a march for peace.
And you're standing in front of the Free Palestine contingent. Talk about what you want to see and what you hope for Trump.
I hope that Trump will stop the aid, the military aid that we are giving to Israel that is so complicit in the genocide of Gaza. We hope the ceasefire will hold so that no more Palestinians are killed.
Whoa.
We, the people of the
They got a fucking tank rolling in, dude. Tiananmen Square out here, bro.
have to put pressure, continue to put pressures on our governments, that they put pressures on the Israelis to stop this
A peace tank? That's not what those are for. What do you mean peace tank? Those things get terrible gas mileage.
genocide.
My name is Beth Miller. I'm the political director with Jewish Voice for Peace, and we're here today as part of the contingent.
Peace tanks are filled with galaxy gas.
Part of the broader anti-war contingent, and we're here because we are showing up as part of the broader resistance to this incoming fascist authoritarian regime, and we're here to make clear that all of our liberations from here in the U.S.
Is that what you think they meant, Zingiest? Really? Is that what you think they meant? That you think that they actually were like, we're bringing this tank here because we have to fire it at the cops? I don't think so. I think it's like it's just like a symbol.
Palestine and everywhere in between are connected, and we understand that fascism here, fascism in Israel, requires a big, broad, united front.
True.
Under attack! What do we do? Stand up, fight back!
I'm originally from Texas, but we came from.
And like genuinely, this is the only, like, you guys, I know everybody wants a silver bullet. This is a silver bullet. This is it. It's multicultural. It's building connections across lines that we are generally segregated by. It's trans people organizing with union workers, organizing with immigrants, organizing with, you know, fucking Black Lives Matter protesters. It's all of us putting everything else aside and getting the fuck to work and protecting each other and being out there and realizing that we all are in the same struggle against fascism here. Okay? For real, dude.
Florida. We drove from Florida to come to attend this. So it's been on my bucket list for a while, and I just am really passionate about the government staying out of my body, and everybody should have right to their own body and rights for the same as everybody else. And I just don't think that that's happening right now. And I think that this country was founded on protest and fighting for what you believe in.
Could you read your sign, please, and describe it?
It's a naked woman with, it says, "Keep your policies off my body."
People power! People power!
My name is Christabel. I'm from Delaware. I'm marching for my mom today. She is currently in Mexico and can't return. She went for forgiveness and then was denied. This is my stepdad. He actually lives in Mexico with her, and he came all the way here to march for her today.
And what message do you have for President Trump?
My message to Trump is, F you. If you can have Melania,
F you.
That is my mom. Let her back in.
Hi, I'm Leslie Kagan. I'm with a fairly new group called Time to Act, and I'm here because where else would one be today? Now is the time to stand up as loudly, as boldly, and in as big a numbers as we can.
Also, I want to say too, guys, like, I don't mean to, like, I'm not like trying to like chastise. I do it too. I'm guilty of it as well. But I really think like something that we should do better with is like trying. I understand like we have like leftist memes on the internet, right? But like I think like labeling people as libs and like, you know, having like knee-jerk reactions to that kind of stuff, and like people are in a process, and if you see people out on the streets, do you know what I mean? If you see people out on the streets like doing shit like this is how people get radicalized. You know what I mean? Like, it only takes a cop beating the shit out of a few people at this, and like a bunch of these old white women and their NGO brains, like all of their pussy hats, everything gets fucking radicalized in an instant, okay? It fucking happens, you know? And like there's a difference between the liberals that are like, you know, John Fetterman or Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden, or the people that are in the Democratic Party, and other working class people like you that are just like in the streets, you know? And of course there are going to be places where they deserve criticism. Yes, of course. But this is not doing a fucking, you know, what's the annoying like woman on, what's her name? The young Democrats, Olivia on Twitter, whatever. Fuck her. It's these people are not her, you know. And try not to essentialize. I also I wanted to say something real quick, because we watched Union on my stream, and I saw it in my chat, and then Hassan watched Union in his stream, and he saw it, and I saw it in his chat too a lot. Okay, and I was really, really happy that Hassan like kind of like he countered it with the same energy that I had when we watched it. I think you guys also need to like kind of remove the concept of like infighting from your mind. Debate is an essential part of making the leftist movement stronger. And if every time that you're in an organizing meeting and people disagree with each other, you know, and you throw out infighting and like act like it's like an endemic problem with the left, I think that's really destructive. You know, yeah, they call it struggle for a reason, right? Like interacting with other people, building power collectively with other people, working on a project of this kind of importance and scale is going to like put emotions into people's hearts. People are going to like, you know, fuck up. people are gonna fuck up. People are gonna be like rude. They're gonna be a little extra sometimes. Some people are just gonna be having a bad day. They're gonna take it out on other people. And we have to just take it in stride and assume good faith because they're in the struggle with you. You know, you're going to disagree with each other on politics. Once we get into it and we're actually fucking like pushing and like making these big moves, people are going to disagree with each other. It happens all the time already. I disagree with other people too. And my criticism of them is not a holistic analysis of them. I'm making an acute criticism. And it's not infighting. It's just making an acute criticism and like wanting things to be differently. You know, sometimes behaviors need to be addressed. And sometimes we need to call each other in, and it's not infighting. It's, you know, it's praxis. it's making you know, hard arguments and building a better movement, you know? Community means accountability. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I think it is a very online thing, but I also like, you know, I don't think of you guys as like only exclusively existing online. We talk all the time about getting involved in our communities, and I fucking mean that. And I know you guys mean it because I run into you when I'm out protesting. When I'm out in the streets, you guys come up to me and you say hi, or I know people who are there from the chat all the time, and I hear stories in the Discord of people going out and organizing, you know. So these are things you're gonna deal with, right? And being able to move through conflict and be the person who's like, you know, approaches conflict with compassion and love for all sides and like helps to put those things together. That's a really valuable skill to have, you know. And I hesitate. I want you guys to kind of like hesitate and kill the cop in your brain that's like telling you what, you know what I mean? That's like pushing you to make these like holistic critiques of other people who are in the movement with you, you know. That's all. It is. But hopefully, as we all are moving like forward in this world of fascism, we're all going out into our communities and organizing and building collective power. These are things you're going to have to deal with, and I hope you guys think of this moment. I hope you reflect on that and like, you know, reflect on what I'm saying because it's actually really critical. And it's not fucking easy, man. Like the fights are gonna happen, and there are gonna be people who you care about that you disagree with a lot. You might, with your whole heart, disagree with them on certain issues, and you're gonna have to put that aside to be able to work together towards something bigger.
Can to say we're not going away, we're not sitting at home quietly, we are committed to resisting what the Trump administration.
Chad, what do you think? Should I keep that on? Do you like it? I kind of like it in the background.
The MAGA Republicans, the Heritage Foundation, the billionaires, what they're going to...
Okay, also, one more last thing. Chad, I have some news. I have some big news. You want to hear the big news, chat? You're going to like it. I have an interview scheduled for Thursday. For the stream, on stream. We're going to have a special guest. Are you ready for this? C. Durk is coming on the stream on Thursday. Our favorite Zoomer YouTube content creator who frees people and pays their bails, coming on the stream on Thursday. Get your questions ready, chat. Chevron part 2? No, dude, I'm stoked, bro. I love that guy. I love that guy.
Going to bring to us the horrors that they're going to rain on our communities. So we're here to say we're not going away. We're fighting back.
And do you feel that the resistance is strong enough?
I thought I was your favorite Zoomer. What the heck? What the heck, Acid Burns? Goddamn, 25 gifted. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. That's huge, Acid Burns. Thank you. Oh my God, that's so generous. That's so generous.
The problem in our willingness to take bold action, we need more people. we need more people in every community of this country to be speaking out. Some will come to marches, some will make calls to their elected officials, some will organize community defense and protection of immigrants and other communities. So people will do it in different ways. We're not as strong as we need to be, but we can get there.
Did you protest today? Yeah, I did. I IRL streamed it. We're gonna watch a speech from that after this. Faruz, thank you for the Prime.
My name is Andrea Paskin. And where'd you come in from? Eastern Pennsylvania. I see. And were you here in 2017? Yes. Could you tell me about that? You came.
And then eyeliner go? Oh, fuck, you're right. But I'm wearing glasses. You won't even be able to see it. Okay, I'll do an eyeliner. Bring me the guy liner, Becca.
Yes, we did. We're sisters, and we came then for the exact same reason we're here today, and that is more so because you have to resist and resist and resist and resist. I don't know what else to say. There are just too many things to say that are going wrong.
Bro,
and
he's right.
We had hopefully corrected them in 2020, and then we had an insurrection, and then we never had any peace.
Yep, all our children and grandchildren need to see that you have to do something. You can't just wait around and let it happen to you. So that's why we're here.
W, Grandma.
The People's March in Washington, D.C. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. The People's March culminated in a rally in front of the Lincoln Memorial with thousands gathered around the reflecting pool looking up at Abraham
That fit
Lincoln.
is tough. Amy's? It is. It is, actually. Yeah, this is a good one from Amy. She's killing it.
Well, good morning. It is great to be here with you. My name is Ben Jealous, former national president of the NAACP, and proud to serve as the 7th executive director of the Sierra Club. Gotta tell you, this crowd today touches my heart. My mom is in a People's March in California right now. When I was 12, she took me to my first march. It was a march against rape in our community that my father organized.
Face.
And so today we come here from many movements. We come here for many reasons. We also come here as human beings who are clear that we must do everything in our power to create a greener, healthier Mother Earth for all of us. And that's what my Vice President Shruti Bhatnagar and I do at Sierra Club every day. And I'll tell you this, January's off to a wild start for the Sierra Club.
Get the Luigi hat?
Woke up one day and
Cola Corporation.
Woke up a few days.
Cola Corporation. And by the way, if there's a space to like put where you heard about it or something, put my name. I love cola.
Later, and that Twitter troll in chief Elon Musk was attacking us. You know,
What does he
someone
mean?
up there has a sign that says "Deport Musk and Murdoch."
How am I gonna do this? I can't even see myself.
But I'll tell you this: they only attack us because they fear us.
I can't see I can't see.
The last time this man who comes back into office on Monday, last time that man
Yeah,
was
I can't do it. I'm gonna put it in my eye.
of times, and we won hundreds of times. They know that last time that man was in office, we saw him install corrupt cabinet members, and then he saw us run them out. last time this man was in office, he said that we would burn more coal and we shut down more coal-fired power plants than we had in either of Obama's first terms. No, we are powerful enough, in other words, to keep making progress no matter who
I
is.
can feel you putting it on my eyeball.
The people of this democracy, we don't elect politicians to make change for us. We try to elect the best politicians to make it a little easier for us to make change.
A smoky eye.
But you know, when the hill gets steeper, when the weather gets colder,
I can't see.
people are gathering, and we keep climbing up that hill.
Ben Jealous, Executive Director of the Sierra Club, before that head of the NAACP, addressing the People's March in Washington, D.C.
Okay, Acid, how do I look? How do I look? It'll be better when I put contacts in. 'Cause I can do it myself on the camera. A little guy liner. We're experimenting with some sub goals. If we hit 25 subs a night, I'll do guy liner. Because I look good in guy liner. Although I can't have somebody else put it on. Thank you so much for the love, guys. Appreciate you.
Resist Trump. That's how you spell it. All right, y'all. Now, Popular Democracy, which is an organization of 50 organizations across the country who are like, hell no, this is our government. This is our country. It is our responsibility. We defend the 14th Amendment, and we are here to stand up and fight back. Are you with me? Now, I know, I'm pushing 50, so I feel it in my knees. I know that some of us, we're weary. We are so tired. We cannot believe that we have to do this again. Oops. I know that we are in disbelief.
Yeah, it's the liquid one.
For the 90 million who stayed home, but it's all right because, y'all, that even though we find ourselves in this moment, we gotta know that freedom, that justice is not a final destination, y'all. This is a practice.
Yeah.
Every day we need to make the decision, are we going to uphold a democracy and the kind of government that is for the people, or are we gonna sit it out? For me, I'm gonna stand up. How about you? Are you gonna stand up, fight back?
That was Analilia Mejia, co-executive director, the Center for Popular Democracy, speaking at the People's March in front of the Lincoln Memorial on Saturday, addressing thousands.
Yeah. I think it's important we keep, protest voices in our minds. And, the people who are out there doing the organizing. I thought this speech, in particular from today's stream, was exactly what people need to hear right now. And I'd like to replay it for you guys. So.
Come and speak on behalf of the National Day Labor. Incredibly honored and humbled today to come and speak on behalf of the National Day Labor Organizing Network.
Sienna, thank you for the prime.
Because they're at the Pasadena Job Center. They've been there since 7 in the morning.
National Day Labor Organizing Network is what this is called. Indy Lawn. Here's the organization. You can check it out. Support immigrant workers impacted by the Los Angeles fires. Very cool organization, and as you'll hear later on, they're doing a lot to fight immigration enforcement in LA.
People volunteers showed up today, and they've been doing it since day one. Why? Because as immigrants, especially in Altadena, that is their community, that is their home, and they're not gonna just stand by and watch it burn, right? We're gonna step in, and we're gonna be doing something about it. So, as a humble offering, because we couldn't come in mass,
It's always like that, Maya.
these old posters here. So some of y'all were able to get them. You know, we were able to pass out about 100 of them. But I just wanted to share that this image here is
strong.
And Sac de la Rocha.
Strong. It's also like hard with regards to that stuff too, because I don't know. I get in different cities. Obviously, the police are going to react differently. I will say, like in Los Angeles in particular, like the cops for the last like few years, with the exception of like UCLA, obviously, are pretty much like they don't really interact with the protests at all. Like there are not cops amongst the there are off-duty officers, or like not off-duty but non-uniform like undercovers within every protest. You should count on that. But there are no uniform officers like around. You don't really see LAPD, but they are there. I showed you one on the stream, like a plainclothes. Although the worst plainclothes I've ever seen. He was like wearing a Blue Lives Matter shirt and had a gun and his badge visible.
And it's 15 years old. Like we had to unleash it from the walls. We had to be like, where's that box? And I share this because the fight, let me rephrase that. I share that because the attacks on immigrants, the attacks on immigrant workers is nothing new.
Yeah, March ceasefire.
It's not nothing new, right? It is the cowardly actions of politicians who have nothing else to show for their work. Right? But what we know is that immigrants are human beings, right? That no human being is illegal, right? And also that we have fucking power, right? And just like the day laborers who every day show up to the day labor center 7 a.m., even though we start at 8, right? Llegan temprano, they come on time. We do the work that we do out of love, right? Out of love. And this poster is also really important because 15 years ago, Angela led this campaign called the Not One More campaign, where we actually started challenging deportations one by one. If we saw La Migra, we saw ICE in someone's home, we didn't wait, we took action.
Yeah.
Right? We did everything in our power to stop these deportations, right? We started forming rapid response networks 15 years ago, right? We started forming comités de defensa, popular defense committees for immigrants 15 years ago. And what we saw is that it worked. What we saw is that when you challenged ICE, because they're liars, right? And they will lie and deceive you. When we stand up and actually defend our communities, and I say defend, people stopped detention buses. People infiltrated detention centers, right?
Yeah, the infiltrators, yeah.
Bodies on the line and between ICE vans and homes, so there would not be a raid. So today, we're not only unboxing, right, this old relic of 15 years ago, but also the tactics. Because they work.
Let this be an example, chat. This is the way. And take it from people. They've been in the fight for 15 years. They've been doing this. This is what works. Not going to the Democrats, not making a march on DC. I mean, all that stuff is like based, and you know, there's not much different from that march in DC than what we were doing this today anyway. You should still go out and show numbers. Show the immigrants in your community that you are there and you will go out and be in the streets for them. But more importantly, you should get involved in rapid response networks. You should build these kind of like, you know, this kind of community power that can directly challenge ICE and directly prevent deportations one by one. Every individual deportation needs to be stopped.
I wanted to share there a glimpse of like You know, sanctuary cities, quote unquote sanctuary cities like LA will be a target, right? Why? Because the Trump administration is trying to divide us, right? They will try to divide us. They will continue to lie and criminalize immigrants, and they will continue the misinformation. And we have to push these guys right here who call this building their work to actually defend us, right? And defend these policies. But it's gonna be up to us to defend each other.
That's right.
Right? And we can because we have, right? So as we enter this new administration, right, Trump 2.0, right? A lot of us were there crazy in the airports, right, fighting back the first time, right? We gotta bring that same energy, right? Gotta bring that same energy because we're gonna need it, right? And for immigrants, just know that we are not showing up afraid, right? We are showing up organized, right? We are showing up prepared, and we are showing up with acts of solidarity. Yeah, so I did want to share a few words from the compas from the Day Labor Center, and I just want to share that it's at this moment it's important. You know, our motto today, we held our own action this morning at 8 a.m. with music, right, and full of love and solidarity. But yeah, our motto for today is no distractions, no fear. There's work to do. And for us, we view the job center as the trench in where we are battling the fear and division of Trump and his accomplices. And our work, we want our work to offer a new vision for our community and society, right? That shows and demonstrates a community that's built from the bottom up, that's based on equity and solidarity and not charity. And lastly, just to wrap it up, at Endelon, you know, we have this saying, we are guided by this principle called, that we say, solo el pueblo salva el pueblo.
That's right.
Only the people can save the people. As immigrants, we are not waiting to be rescued. We are mobilizing to protect and help our community, immigrant to immigrant, neighbor to neighbor, and friend to friend. So we are meeting this moment with power. And one thing is that we're gonna need all of y'all here, right? We're gonna need everyone here to stand up and support and materially show immigrants that you love them.
I don't know, man. This speech just like got me. I've been thinking about this speech all day long. I think, you know, coming from somebody who organizes day laborers and has done this kind of immigration activism for decades, these are the people who we should really be thinking about and listening from and learning from. It's critically important, you know. And like, this is the way. This is the way. I'm trying to find that cop you guys asking for it. Oh yeah, here it is. Look at this guy.
Who streets? Who streets? Who streets? Who streets?
Like in the Blue Lives Matter shirt. I mean, these guys are all sus as fuck too. Just like hanging out together in their matching puffy jackets. Yeah. Like, what are they doing? I want to see if we can get a badge number. Because technically wearing the Blue Lives Matter flag while you're on duty is a violation of the LAPD's code of conduct.
Bro, real photo undercover here.
I can't read it. I can't read it. How do you go backwards? Too far. Will they actually enforce that? I don't know, but Will is, I know Film the Police has no problems. He would file that shit. He would file that complaint so fast.
The golden age.
You know? Badge number 80085. Thank you, Batman.
Age of America has arrived.
Writing that down right now.
President Donald J. Trump, number 47 in 43 minutes. Happy days are here again.
This is We the Sequel, We the People, round 2, as we take back our capital, as we take back the country after January 6th and all of those people rotting in jail for no reason. Most of them.
I'm ready to see gas prices under $1.50. I'm ready to see the Federal Reserve abolished. I'm ready to see Trump buy 1 million Bitcoins for a strategic reserve for us.
Trump is going to buy 1 million Bitcoins? Who told you that?
Americans to have. I'm ready to see the southern border secure. I'm ready to see him.
Yeah, that northern border. We got to secure the northern border, baby. He's right, brother. He's fucking right, dude. We got fucking Timothy Chalamet coming up down here from... Wait, is he Canadian? Is he Canadian? Jim Carrey. When was the last time Jim Carrey made a non-woke movie, huh?
Inflation go down to 0. I'm ready for all the Jan 6 prisoners not only to get a pardon, but to get multi-million-dollar payouts in the future. And I'm ready to...
That's $102 billion. So not that much. For the federal government, not that much.
Greenland and have a nice hotel stay at a future Trump tower.
Also, once they do that, the price is going to go more, and then they just sell it. It's the United States government doing a pump and dump would be the best thing ever. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. That would be hilarious.
That gets built there.
I mean, we're basically all the way there. We're basically all the way there. Trump coin to the moon, baby. I put my entire credit line, $20,000 on Trump coin.
I'm ready for that.
Yeah, you know Greenland is like -30 right now, though.
Well, Greenland is really cold and icy, and Iceland is really green and nice, right?
Yeah, it was like they named it that to trick the Vikings. So Iceland's the green one. So they were like, the Vikings, they were scared of them, so they were just like, yo, we're going to call Greenland Iceland and reverse it. So that the Vikings got to Greenland and were like, fuck.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm really honestly going to be proud to see our president able to walk and not crap himself in front of the world stage. It's nice to have a president that can speak English without mumbling. It's nice to have a president that the people on the world stage actually respect and maybe fear a little bit. Remember when he did the thing with Rocket Man? People said he was going to start World War III. He's like, Rocket Man, I've got the biggest rocket. I got a bigger button. I've got a bigger rocket.
Dude, your impression sucks.
Rocket Man
is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime.
And everyone said that was going to start World War III. But did it? No, it actually backed off Rocket Man. And in the end, they ended up shaking hands, which had never been done before, never been done in the history of the world. Yeah. And it's that strength that you need when you come into a negotiation. You don't need some guy bumbling and barely able to walk, rolling up in front of the world leaders. They're laughing behind our backs. They're making us look foolish. At least Trump has swagger. He's got America.
This guy is insane. At least Trump has swagger.
And he's a badass.
I definitely think he's learned a lot. I think, while we definitely didn't want the last 4 years, I think he's benefited from 4 years of just seeing what can happen. And now he's got the right team assembled.
This is not great. What is that? Oh, is this the West Bank thing? Yeah. Trump lifts sanctions on extremist Israeli senators, expresses doubts on Gaza ceasefire, and calls Gaza a massive demolition site. Yeah, I actually have that here. We can watch it real quick.
President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident, but I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state solution?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. Everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead.
Not true. I mean, it's also like funny. Like, it doesn't feel like he really knows anything about it. I listened to that answer and I'm like, you just learned about this thing, and the only thing you know about Gaza is that like it's like a good location real estate wise. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, Justin, Border Patrol agent shot and killed by illegal immigrant on I-91 in Vermont. Where was Bernie? This is all I have to. This is my only question. Where was Bernie? You know, it could have been him. We never know. Hashtag resist. Hashtag resist.
He knows how to move things around. And,
That tweet is a lie, by the way. Sorry if my joke wasn't like strong enough. There's probably nothing true about that tweet at all. Like, BNO News is a fucking hack website. They are not real. That is just fact. That is just fake.
I think we're going to see real meaningful change.
Yeah, I'm ready for Elon to really, really, really cut most of the 2 million plus jobs in the federal government out of the equation. And I'm ready to see over 400 bureaucracies here in the United States that are like a cancer in God's U.S. Republic completely abolished. The IRS needs to be abolished.
I would like to see, say, Department of Education gone. I would like to see ATF gone.
Why do you want the Department of Education shut down?
Before the Department of Education, we were ranked 9th in the world. Or no, we were 7th in the world.
In education.
Yes, in education. After the Department
When was that?
of Education, I think.
Wait, when was that? Like 19? When was the Department of Education made? Like, I feel like it was like definitely past the 1900s, but I'm not. Oh, it was the 79. That's later than I thought. It was made by Jimmy Carter. Interesting. It is the smallest staff of any cabinet agency.
Today, we are
That's
about
good.
14th. No Child Left Behind, drastically dumbed down. The curriculums made it so that students couldn't fail. And then every time the curriculum is seen to be upgraded, the teachers union shut it down.
Interesting.
Okay, so it's both at the same time. It's Republicans' fault and teachers' unions' faults. Like,
You think teachers should be paid more?
No.
Why?
There shouldn't be a public education system.
And I'm ready for...
what? That's not the same question. He's like, no, there should be no teachers. Like, huh? Who at a private school or a charter school or whatever you think, like, there's still going to be teachers.
Donald John Trump to make...
I'm like, actually, it's really sad because it's also like, listen, I have teachers in my family. I come from a long line of teachers. I love teachers. They're fucking God's gift to humanity. They're like the best among us, right? You know, these people are the best people among us. And I just like the Department of Education being like killed is not, unfortunately, like gonna affect the people that they think it will. Like, it's not going to hurt California or New York or Illinois or Minnesota. It's not going to hurt any blue states. It's going to hurt Mississippi. It's going to hurt Louisiana. Like, it's going to be tragic for a lot of fucking families in the deep south. Yeah, Tennessee, like, these places are going to suffer big time in a really sad way. And it's also like, what does that mean? You know, it's like disabled children are just like going to get no help ever. They're never going to get any like occupational training. They're never going to, Missouri is not going to be in a good spot. I can tell you that. Yeah. Listen, like, I don't think I need to make this argument to you guys, but like, education is important, okay? Education is important.
Bitcoin's a legal tender here, like what has happened in El Salvador with Nayib Bukele.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
What's the benefit of having a cryptocurrency reserve?
Well, with Bitcoins, we have to adapt to that as Americans. We have to have that because if we don't, we're going to be very, very far behind of other nations like El Salvador, who's leading the way.
Yeah.
Those people there.
I guess it's just important to have market regulation when it comes to, Bitcoin because of pump and dump schemes. Like, did you see the Haktula coin?
Dowdle.
That's a huge problem.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you.
We have Bitcoins. They're incredible. And then we have all the scam coins out there. And there are so many altcoins. That
Yeah.
are just wreaking.
I mean, Freshwater, you talk to any teacher, and I'm sure a lot of people in the chat can attest to this. Like, teachers are a very common job. You probably know a teacher, like most people probably know a teacher. Talk to a teacher, man. This shit we are not doing okay. Okay. The kids are not all right. Every time I go home, my family tells me about how they're like every year more and more kids are coming in with language disorders because they just sit behind an iPad all day long and they never have, they never talk to their parents and shit. Like, the kids are not okay. Shit is fucked in schools.
Yeah, because it's
Life
hard
after life after life.
It's hard because you want to have a free market, but then the crypto world is just so full of scams. It's like you need some element of regulation.
Right. There needs to be some type of thing put in, and hopefully Trump can get it done.
What do you think about this upcoming presidency, bro?
I'm actually Cuban. I was born in Cuba. I came in 2011. First terms for Trump, didn't really agree with him. Didn't really agree with the way that he spoke about immigrants, especially I was not citizen yet. I didn't think about voting on the second term, but something happened. And I saw that Biden took like such a comfortable back seat during July 6th back in Cuba. I don't know if you've heard about the situation.
Tell us about it.
So I think it was 2022. There was a massive revolt all around the island. All the cities were taking to the streets, protesting that they were sick and tired. There's no food. There's no power. The government basically hoards all the resources, and instead of distributing them like they're supposed to, communism,
I mean, for the record, this is what the sanctions are designed to do. And also, like, the CIA. The CIA literally goes in and, like, funds organizations that would foment dissent like this. And, of course, like, uses the sanctions. However, and I got timed out in Mike from PA's chat during this moment. I remember it because it is true that the state of Cuba, like, attacks leftist organizations who organize around there too. Like, the revolution should be protected, but also like any kind of like criticism or like leftist organizing in Cuba is also faces state repression, and we should call that out.
they give it to like the people that were close with them, the agents.
I think it's a nuanced conversation.
Like Venezuela, exactly, same thing. It was violent. The police were, there are videos of police breaking into like the house of one of the organization leaders. They shot him right in front of the family. You can see like the blood running. It's really sad.
Yeah, you gave me a week off.
Throughout that entire place, like it was tragic.
Yeah, I also agree with that, Fishy.
The July 6th events.
He didn't do anything. He basically said we're not.
I agree with that, and I recognize like the CIA is like constantly looking to overthrow the Cuban regime. Their sanctions are incredibly fucking, they're terrible. The sanctions are bullshit. Like, and they hurt the Cuban people more than anybody.
Gonna touch anything revolving around Cuba. We're gonna leave them to their devices. And there's a group of Cubans that today are gonna be having a protest in front of the White House to basically encourage Trump to look at that situation and try to do something, try to help. And fair.
How long did it take you to achieve citizenship?
Well, for me, it was around 6-7 years. It's not hard. You just gotta know history.
I think this was even before he like really knew who I was. Even I don't even know if we had met at that point. I think that was before we met.
Literally give you a booklet with the answers.
Jesus. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me about your sign?
Sure. So mine says protect trans kids. There's a lot of discourse about trans people right now. All of the talking points being made are word for word identical to what they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago about gay people.
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
I think if kids want to change their name, explore gender identity, do whatever the fuck they want, that's fine. If they at some point want to do something medical about it, then they can have an informed conversation with a parent and or medical professional.
And what threat do you think the next 4 years pose to that?
I mean, Trump said he's going to sign an executive order on day one saying that there are two genders. So there's a pretty imminent threat of getting kicked out of the military, losing gender-inclusive care. People are going to die from this, and that's really shitty.
Transgender students. I mean, he's right. Or they're right. And it's also like, I mean, basically what the government wants to do is to deny, like, medical science. Medical science is very... this is not a controversial topic in the medical field. Dysphoria is an observable phenomenon, and there is one, solution that alleviates the symptoms of dysphoria, and it's transitioning, and it's being supported by, your community and your pronouns and your, and transitioning, like, whatever that means for that person, like. So this is the truth. This is how the medical community, medical scientists, like people who are studying this is what everybody understands.
Students in sports became a top issue on the 2024 campaign trail and now a top priority of House Republicans in the new Congress.
The only time that the general public started caring about trans people in women's sports was when they started winning. Like, Leah Thomas isn't even, she's a good swimmer. She's not the best.
Yeah.
There's no epidemic of men going into women's sports and sweeping competition. Like, that's not happening.
Yeah.
And also being on estrogen.
Wait, actually, so this is, let's actually go into this because the interesting thing is that they're not even saying this anymore. And this definition that's in this new executive order that was signed to today, defending women from gender ideology extremism. So W, if you're a woman, you're going to be defended from an ideology. That's very cool. And restoring biological truth to the federal government. So here's what it says. Policy and definitions. It is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. These, intersex people just don't exist. According to the government, intersex people do not exist. These sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. This is just Project 2025 shit. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce all sex protective laws to promote this reality, and the following definitions shall govern all executive interpretation of and application of federal law and administrative policy. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female. Sex is not a synonym for and does not include the concept of gender identity. Okay. To me, this is like acknowledging that they are different things. Wait, right? Okay, so I'm not sure what they mean by this, but they're not wrong, I guess. Women or woman and girls or girl shall mean adult and juvenile human females, respectively. Men or man and boys or boys shall mean adult and juvenile human males, respectively. Female means a person belonging at conception. Not like what? at conception. So like when you're just when your sperm enters your mother's egg, it's like then you're already like, what? That is not how this works. Okay, so then let's just keep going. Female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. So we're not even talking about genitals. Like, again, intersex people just break the fuck out of this. Like, I really hate to like do this, but like biology is not like as clear as you think it is, guys. Like, I promise you, biology is not this super, you know, well-defined, very like standardized thing. What if someone doesn't have ovaries? Or what if their ovaries don't produce like reproductive cells? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is leaving out a bunch of people who everybody would consider female. Like, yeah, like male means being a person belonging at conception. Again, very weird distinction, to the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. Like, you are not. So like, if you're shooting blanks, if you don't make sperm anymore, then you're what? Like, what are you?
What's up? I have testicles in my stomach, that's what. And I'm going to explain to you how that works. I'm intersex and I was born with a condition called androgen insensitivity syndrome. So I was born an XY chromosome. I know, right? That's usually the guy's chromosome. Because I am completely insensitive to androgen, which is the male dominant hormone, my body could not form properly as a male. And for those of you who don't know, we all start off the same as a default baby, and then if you're XY, usually you grow as a man, and then if you're XX chromosome, you usually grow as a woman.
This is a good way to say it. Usually this is how it works, but not always. Like, you can't write laws like this that make it a full, like, it's just not that clean cut. It just isn't.
But I stayed as the default baby, which is that feminine baby that we all started off as. But because my body didn't have the right tools to develop as a female, because I was an XY chromosome, there was no chance I was going to develop as a female. I just stayed in the default baby mode. And so I didn't grow a penis, unfortunately. And my testicles never descended. So now I have testicles in my stomach, which is interesting. And I'm a biological male. What's up? I have testicles in my stomach, that's what. And I'm going to...
Yeah, like, these people just exist. And this is like the bottom of the line. Honestly, this is what it all just comes down to, is that trans people exist. Intersex people exist. And there's nothing that there's nothing that anything could be said in any executive order that's not going to make that true. You just like, what of it? Y'all exist, and you're always going to exist. You always have exist. You know what I mean? You always have. And you always will. And like, it's not a controversial thing. It's just the truth. It's just the facts. And this bigoted, like, hatred that's coming out right now, it will be defeated, and we can defend each other from it. You know, these words mean fucking nothing. These words mean nothing.
Long term, actually, like, weakens your physical abilities, and medical transition is often necessary to compete in women's sports for trans people. So, like,
hatred has won, and that is depressing. I cried on election day. I know so many other women who cried on election day. This means that so many people have to go into hiding, can't be themselves. People are, like Grant said, people are gonna die. People are, it's just, I'm legitimately terrified for my immigrant friends. I stay awake at night thinking about them, thinking about trans people. Whether or not you think that gay people should exist, trans people should exist, immigrants should be here or not, what I hope we can all come together and understand is that humans are humans. Maybe they did commit a crime, maybe they do something that you don't agree with. They are still people. The mass deportations of immigrants
Hey, Biden supported the Vietnam War and killed a lot
The
of
mass
people in
deportation
Vietnam.
of
How do you feel
immigrants
about that?
is
I think Biden's a
going
shithead.
to kill people.
Right?
Yeah, Biden's shit.
Okay, great.
What are your thoughts on the whole deportation issue?
The people protesting like, yeah, Biden's shit. Can we move on? Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. Who is the Anonymous? Are there multiples out there? Anonymous has been juicing lately. I appreciate you, whoever you are.
Mass deportation. My wife is Mexican. Like I said, I live by the border. I love the Mexican people. There's a lot of good people. We definitely start at the top, meaning the...
That executive order also does specify that trans women will be held in men's prisons and denied medical care, which is so incredibly evil. Yeah. No, that is fucking awful.
Worst and work our way down. You know, necessarily not so many, all these little, people with their families or people second generation, this and that. Let's not get too carried away. We'll start with the worst and we'll work our way down. When you got murderers and rapists in San Diego County, we have not just a sanctuary city, we have a super sanctuary city where not only can you not tell ICE if there's a problem with an illegal alien, you can't tell them even if they committed armed robbery or rape. They're like, no, what about the poor rapists and armed robbery? We can't send them back. We can't tell ICE.
We will not allow our local resources to be used for actions that separate families.
So they don't want to use the resources, which is what they calling ICE, just because they want to protect illegal aliens. I think the people that are doing these laws are actually paid off by the cartel. It's a
Okay, so the people doing these laws, the people advocating for these laws in most places are the police unions. You want to know why? Because if people know, if you are in charge of policing a largely migrant community and people know that the police are going to turn you into the cops, then nobody fucking cooperates with the cops. If you need to solve a murder and you need to interview people in the neighborhood and nobody opens their door and talks to you, which is how it should be regardless, but if there's even more of a reason, then migrant communities will just not interact with police at all. And police don't want that. They want snitches, yeah. And so that's why sanctuary cities and sanctuary policies exist. Is to give migrants who live here, who are not doing anything wrong, who are just living among us, to give them some security to be able to interact with law enforcement.
a crazy conspiracy. I know. It's one thing having immigration, but when you just have a total open border, and then when they come in, they get free health care.
Why does this guy look like Alex Jones in disguise? It's the good old, severe alcoholism bloat, where you just, lose all your facial expressions and everything. Yeah.
They get free cell phones. They get free hotels when our homeless people are living on the streets. I mean, come on, people. We got to do this legally, right?
We need to have a very solid immigration policy so we keep attracting the best talents across the world to this land to build it up, build the economy, build companies, hire employee people, I pay tax, and I want my tax to benefit my neighbors, my country, and my children, and my neighborhood, my community, right? I don't want other countries to take advantage of United States people.
Scientology's a cult. Thank you.
Are you a
Dude, I know that guy. Wait, I met that guy at the DNC.
Other countries take advantage of United States people.
Scientology's
I met this guy at the DNC. I swear to God, his name is Ants or something with ants. It's he has a YouTube channel. It's something with ants. What is this YouTube channel? Scientology ants. Yeah. Defender of ants. This is him. Look. This is definitely him. See? He posted a video of him in the exact same outfit. I clocked it, bro.
a cult. Thank you.
Are you a Scientologist?
Nope.
Do you think
abuse women and children?
Do you think that we're Scientologists?
Nope. Just getting the message out. That's all.
Okay, what's the worst thing Scientology's done?
They use children for auditing, so 8, 9, 10-year-olds are asking grown men about masturbation and anal sex.
That's not good. Do you feel like
hashtag save the children?
Are you hoping for exoneration for the January 6th people?
I am indeed. In fact, I was down there at the vigil for the J6ers down on Freedom Corner with Mickey Withoff, who is Ashley Babbitt's mother. In fact, I have Ashley Babbitt's ashes in
Oh my God.
this necklace right here.
Oh my God. That is so fucking weird. That is the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard of.
I made this necklace.
Dude, her mom made necklaces to pass out to other weirdo fascists. Did he pay for that? Is a great question. Oh my God. Did he pay for that? Holy water for hogs, dude. What do you mean bath water?
With Ashley Babbitt's ashes. I made it for her and her husband.
This morning, new details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol.
Wait, what do you mean you made it for her and her husband? How did you get her ashes?
This necklace with Ashley Babbitt's ashes. I made it for her and her husband.
This morning, new.
No, he means her mom. He's talking about her parents. He made it for her parents. How did you get the ashes? What?
Details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer.
And I was down there and I was told that the word on the street is the guards were told to stay late tonight to help release the prisoners.
Are they being held in D.C. right now?
Oh, yeah. They're not far from here, a few miles down the street.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Any message to the American people before we go?
You should go watch his movie. This guy makes some great documentaries. I went to his premiere. It was freaking awesome. Thanks, brother.
I appreciate you, Matt. Thanks, Doc. Have a good one.
Ew.
If you missed it, just 5 days ago, we dropped our first.
Now, we are surrounded by ancient pagan symbols, from the obelisk there, which may be the biggest obelisk in the world, to the dome there of Isis, the ever-pregnant womb of Isis, and the occult mindset, that's what that is, with the apotheosis of George Washington, which is that mural inside the dome, which represents that Masonic future that so many Masons are into having, where they ascend as a god into some type of paradise. It's not from the Bible, and I'm totally against all that. I'm standing here for Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Lord of the heavens and the earth.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. You're here for Jesus Christ. However, the pagan symbology is also important.
Well, it's not important to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because the plan that was put in place.
He said, well, I mean, it's kind of weird, but like, I'm like with it, I guess, kind of. But I still think it's weird.
To build Washington, D.C. was a plan, in fact, to honor the ancient gods. And the plan was not to honor Jesus Christ. The people who designed this place, the main people, were into it to honor their Masonic god, who is Satan, recorded about in the King James Version Bible.
Who do you think was controlling Biden behind the scenes?
Obama was definitely a key player. But again, in my research, Obama is more like a manager in Satan's hierarchy. He's got the World Economic Forum, he's got the UN, he's got King Charles and the monarchy, Satan. He's got so many different groups that have extreme amounts of power compared to me.
Yeah. Do you think that there's kind of like a second deep state forming around Trump?
Well, just protect Trump from having that happen, God. Please help him not to make the same mistakes that he made when he was the 43rd president of the United States, God.
And where do you get most of your news and information from?
X, not just Infowars.com with Alex Jones.
Did you use X back when it was in control of Jack Dorsey?
Well,
I know. Oh shit! I know what he's talking about. Holy shit! What do you mean? What do you mean you know what he's talking about? My mother is on the same shit. What is this? Wait, this is forbidden knowledge. They're gonna, if I read this on stream, they're gonna zap me. And they're gonna zap all of you if you know it. Who really runs the world? The top. The eye. On the money. Look at your money, chat. It's all there on the money. It's all there. Highest level malevolent extraterrestrials who literally exist and feed off of fear, death, pain, suffering, misery, and sacrifices. Controllers of the archons. What are the archons? What are the Archons? Courtesy of in5d.com. Do not go to that website. that is a honeypot. Do not go to that website. Do not do that. You don't want to ask that. Archons and other invisible matter are level 1, below the highest levels of aliens. Higher level malevolent extraterrestrials. Anunnaki? What is Anunnaki? Lower level malevolent extraterrestrials, Dracos and reptilians. Oh, wow. Number 5, and then we're back to normal people. The Vatican's Roman Catholic Church. No other explanation. You guys were super creative, and then you just go to the Vatican? Okay. The Bilderbergers? I don't even know who that is, bro. The Business Advisory Council. The Council on Foreign Relations. United Nations Banking Complex. The Federal Reserve is way down here, dude. Wow. Council of 13, the Committee of 300, and then secret societies? What is this? Reply to Emily Wood. Wow. Yes, our school, we were taught a lot of world history and Chinese history, and we were very familiar with the good and bad things that happened in the United States. For example, the moon landing now seems to me more and more fake. Of course, many Chinese people will not agree with me. Your mom is into this stuff, Brian? What the fuck? Anunnaki are white supremacist aliens? Damn, dude. That's cool. So they think they're white people from space. Sick. I like that they specify that they're white. I love that they specify that they're white. Like they built these aliens, they came down and they built the pyramids, but they're white. Okay, they're not black. That's awesome. I mean, let's be real, chat. This makes just as much sense as like evangelicals talking about Zionism. It makes just as much sense, bro. Come on, let's be real. They're like, yeah, no, like literally, like read the book of Revelation. Come on, it's the same.
I did, and I got suspended multiple times.
Was that kind of a wake-up call for you, just having your account taken down multiple times?
I was really aware of that type of thing back.
Wow, Brian, that sounds hard. Sorry, you're going through that.
To wake me up to how things really work in a general way. How we're in a war, and there's a group called the globalists, and they want to depopulate the earth, and they want to get it down to under 500 million people.
Yeah.
And they want to bring in their new world order system, their technotronic state where you can't buy or sell without the mark of the beast. It's right there in the book of Revelation, the King James Version.
Dude, literally, it's right there in the book of Revelation. What did I just say? I told you.
Leave in that time. We may go through it. I'm ready to die for Jesus. I'm never taking the mark of the beast no matter what.
What's the mark of the beast?
It could be a microchip in your hand, this one, your right one, or your left one, and then maybe it's some type of Neuralink chip in your head.
Yeah.
Or maybe something more advanced than that.
Yeah.
Wait, but you said Neuralink. Do you know who's making Neuralink? It's the guy who's on stage at the thing that you're celebrating. Like what?
Some people have said the nanoparticulates, or however you say it, in those bioweapons.
These guys are so stupid, man. And it's frustrating, bro. Also, like, can you just look at this? Look at the desperation for a story to make sense of his life. And look at how deep he's going. Marx would solve this guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, having exposure to a story that explains capitalism that's not this kind of fucking, this kind of nut shit. It matters, bro.
Shots from Big Pharma are some type of mark of the beast thing. But I don't know.
Hey, man, well, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate you. And our show's called Channel 5. Be sure to check it out, man. Appreciate you, dude.
You're awesome.
Thank you. You're awesome, too.
Thank you, God, for his life.
Yeah, man.
I love you.
You too.
I love you. You too? Really? Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Okay, Chad, we're gonna watch this is a longer video. It's a documentary by DW Documentary. It's called The Rise of the Ultra Right in the US. Also, before we start this, I want to remind you guys that the ad is about to run, top of the hour, almost. And if you want to avoid the ad break, the best way to do that is by subscribing for $5.99 and for free with the Twitch Prime. Or maybe you can get gifted a sub by one of our generous gifters. We got a bunch of people in here. If you're feeling lonely, tired of watching ads, say something. Maybe redeem somebody gift me, and maybe somebody will jump in and snipe you. Come like a Tom with a 10 gifted, just like that. See, just like that. Getting a bunch of chatters in here. What's in a name? Thank you for subscribing for a tier 1.
He says, you're not going to be a dictator. I said, no.
That Naj Daily alert is my favorite. That's my favorite new alert. Colonization is terrible. I can't imagine saying something worse with such tone, like the tone that he uses.
No, other than day one.
Die Happy, thank you for the gifted sub.
I am your voice. Today I add, I am your warrior, I am your justice, and for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
Amy C3, welcome in. We're trading raids today. I raided Amy earlier after the protest. Welcome in. Chat, you guys came in at the perfect time. We just started this documentary. 50 minutes. Timmy KC, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the gifted. We just started this 50-minute documentary about the rise of the ultra right in the United States. No particular reason, nothing happening today that would make me want to explore this, surely.
Donald Trump is back and more radical than ever.
Starting off good. I feel like actually most American media would not say this. Trev Tennessee, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate you.
A reactionary wind is blowing through the U.S. and it's gathering strength.
And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms.
Wait, can I be the woke of the day real quick? Momo, what did you think about this meme in the Hassan community?
I don't care about politics, bruh.
Easy mode, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Tier 1 subscription to Alexson.
I thought the song is fun. I think the song is funny. I think it's I like the spam even, but when they started misspelling it to sound like a bad Hispanic accent, it started leaving a bad taste in my mouth. And I'm pretty sure I called it out a few times in my chat where I was like, don't do that. If you're we can just, I like the song. Everything is good. Just, you're a white guy. Stop typing in a weird, yeah, you know what I mean? I was like, stop trying to pronounce the Hispanic English accent in text. It's weird. It's weird. Don't do that. I was like, stop it. Easy mode, thank you for the tier 1 to Momo.
Easy_mode is gifted.
That's what I'm saying, Chili. And it was just really common on Twitch in the left for a while. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I don't like that. It didn't feel right. It did not feel right.
Capital.
Extremists attack the cap.
I think woke of the day is bad and encourages chat to shit on people for engaging in systemic analysis of menial issues. It's not usually systemic analysis of menial issues, though. It's I think there's a very specific thing for it. There's a specific thing for it. And I understand exactly what it is. As a streamer, sometimes people be doing that stuff. I was doing woke of the day before Hassan, too.
On January 6th, 2021. And in October 2023,
I kind of know what he means.
Johnson told Congress this.
The Bible is very clear that God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us.
The Supreme Court is also overturning long-standing precedents, like the right to abortion.
My body, my choice! My body, my choice!
The radical right's triumph is the result of more than 40 years of strategy, set in motion by a minority striving for power.
Lawyers Division Director of the Federalist Society.
Certainly a story of revanche, and revenge, I think, is quite accurate.
So are they archons or no? Where's the Federalist Society on that? On the pyramid?
Accurate.
The hard right are defending their idea of the American dream. And they're prepared to plunge the country into chaos by destabilizing its democracy to realize it.
It's not too much of an exaggeration to say that the radical wing of the Republican Party has become nihilist. They want to bring the system down.
I do think that we're in the middle of a cold civil war. It's an open question on what vision of the world will ultimately prevail.
How did this ultra-right minority manage to conquer the political stage? How did they help Donald Trump return to power? And in this deeply divided society, how far will they go now to achieve their goals?
I don't know. To me, woke means, like, when I think of wokeness as like a term of critique on the left, it's like it is a performative critique of something trivial that usually has to do with identity. It's usually like leveraging an identity. Typically, I assume one that you're not a part of, in order to like gain points and perform being a, you know what I mean? Like that's what I think when I think of like, this is like somebody being a little too woke, And that doesn't mean that we don't include we don't have racial analysis either. Of course, we will talk about the ways that different things affect people differently in many different ways, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like, if I say being mean to POC is dumb, and then you call me ableist for saying dumb, then that is woke of the day. I wouldn't even say that. I think disabled people like gently correcting each other on like ableist language is, I appreciate it. It's also like something I'm not gonna beat myself up over, because it's like, it's just part of the way I talk, and I know my intentions are good. However, I will make an effort. Wait, dumb is ableist? Yeah, like your ability to think. Your ability to cognitively, your cognitive capacity. But yeah, like that's it's not something you're in control of. If I am dumb, can I say it? Yeah, you get the pass. It also has roots in being mute. That's also true. Yes. I mean, listen, these terms are all like, I'm not going to scold you for using them in chat. That's not my struggle. I don't particularly have a problem with it. But who am I to tell a disabled person who does have a problem with it that they shouldn't? That's not my place either. So, I don't know. It is what it is. Maybe I'm the fucking woke of the day. Maybe I'm the woke of the day. Yeah, it's also that medical doctor PhD. Wait, we had a first-time chatter. All tags held. The question is, do we have a good system? And if not, why do they want to protect it? And further on, what is a system the others want to be in charge? I think that both parties are two sides of the same metal. They both suck. There's no left in the Democrats. Facts. True. No, we don't have a good system. Why do they want to protect it? Because they benefit from it. Because it is good for them. Not good for us. We are the vast majority. And we should have a system where we have more power. In our workplaces, mostly, but in government as well.
There's two ways to think of him, the Trump presidency. One is that he is a cause and he's the one changing the party. The second is to understand Trump as a product of long-standing changes that have been building over the decades. And if you don't look at the previous 3 decades, it doesn't really make sense. It comes out of nowhere.
It's hard to find a turning point. I mean, the real radical, the party does begin to radicalize in, some would start with Reagan, but in terms of its behavior, the kind of norm-breaking behavior begins with Gingrich.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Chad, I think it's just like I understand Brian, I get that. Again, it's not my place. I'm just saying that I don't think it's like, I think it's, you have every right to feel that way about it, and you should have that dialogue, and that's good. And other disabled people who do want people to, like, you know, take that language out of their dialogue around them, also valid. And I ain't got shit to criticize about either of those takes, honestly. You know, I'm not disabled yet. Can you link this vid? Yes.
Newt Gingrich, who paved the way for the party's radicalization, is one of the most prominent conservatives in American politics. His influence on the Republican Party began in the early 1980s under Ronald Reagan.
I was like, yes, because everybody will become disabled. Everybody will be disabled. Disability is something that happens to every single person alive, and then you die. But first you're disabled, usually.
Newt Gingrich is a young congressman just finishing his first term. He was elected in Georgia, and he's very enamored with Reagan, and he's listening to Reagan. He found Reagan's argument about the country very appealing.
It's morning again in America.
Reagan's vision of America sparked a conservative revolution. Its motto, "Government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem." Reagan asserted that prosperity could be just around the corner if it's built with faith and family and freed from tax burdens.
This afternoon, 6,500 young men and women will be married. And with inflation at less than half of what it was just 4 years ago, they can look forward with confidence to the future.
Still, the promised revolution didn't.
Yeah, right, Craig. That's what I mean.
Gingrich.
Years ago.
That's what I mean too.
Knowing that the state still held too much power, he broke with Reaganite optimism.
Playing with fear is essential from the start of this Republican revolution, and Gingrich does this all the time. He's not playing always to the hopes of the country, as Ronald Reagan liked to do. He's trying to paint a much bleaker picture.
We read today about horrors that we would not have tolerated a generation ago. We put back on the street people who are brutal, vicious predators who we would not have allowed on the street a generation ago.
Like, this language so familiar.
In Georgia, the governor can build golf courses, but he can't find the money to open prisons. Across this country, we're told there's always more money for the politician's pork barrel, but there's not enough money to keep the predators off the street.
Gingrich.
Not enough money for the cops. Never enough money for the police, and never enough money for prisons. Yeah, he's right.
Pioneers this idea of conservative populism that becomes very important to Donald Trump.
The blood-soaked streets of our once great cities are cesspools of violent crimes. Now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation.
And that is
like, he fucking hates this country. Donald Trump hates this place. Listen to the way he talks about our cities, bro.
Model that Donald Trump embraces from the moment he starts running for office, and it comes directly out of that Gingrich playbooks.
Gingrich was one of the first, maybe the first national politician who realized that engaging in much more aggressive.
But this is a very different thing, though, TripAdvisor. Like hating the government, hating the like nation of America is not the same as hating the country or hating the land or hating the people. Like we should love the land, we should love the people, we should love the country. You know what I mean? You should. I'm patriotic about the country, about this land and the people in it. I fucking love America, you know? But yeah, the legacy that this country and the history it upholds and continues to this day, with my whole being, I will fight every day to take this shit down.
Partisan behavior was politically useful, and that taking off the gloves and playing dirty was in fact politically successful, politically rewarding.
To reap these rewards, he trashed political etiquette and any sense of courtesy that existed between Republicans and Democrats.
And all that's to say, Donald Trump hates us. Like, Donald Trump loves it's the flips, right? He loves the like white nationalist, white supremacist history of this country, the imperialist, hyper fucking American exceptionalist. Like, he loves that, and he hates us. He hates the country. He hates the people. He hates the land. He's gonna drill, like he fucking hates us. Like,
Gingrich endorsed a memo sent to GOP members running for Congress. It provided down and dirty guidelines for a new kind of political fight.
The words and phrases are powerful. Read them, memorize as many as possible, and remember that, like any tool, these words will not help if they are not used.
The language of political discourse began to mimic war rhetoric.
Gingrich circulated.
What happened to Alaska? They're talking about it in particular with regards to like fueling the nation of America, that they're going to be drilling so much in Alaska that it will fuel the nation. And then he also said that he was going to rename Denali to Mount McKinley, which I'm pretty sure Denali is like a reference, is the name that the native people in Alaska had for the mountain.
A list of ways to talk about the opposition, right? To talk about Democrats and others that they were targeting. And it included language like traitors, corrupt, even some kind of animalistic language. So it's very much a new style of politics that not only refuses compromise,
it's not new,
brinkmanship, but also demonizes the opposition.
That's not new. This is just textbook fascism rewritten for a new age. They've been getting updates on fascism, and socialism is still stuck on Leninism in America. We haven't been getting the updates.
What distinguished Gingrich from prior leaders is his intolerance for people who did not agree, and his determination to use all means necessary to destroy the opposition in his party and among the Democrats. He was
that patch day is not landing for the left, right?
Extreme.
But Newt Gingrich had begun making his mark on U.S. politics even before that. Starting in the late 1970s, debates in the House of Representatives were filmed and broadcast right into Americans' living rooms.
True, Palookie.
Historic day, the House of Representatives opens its proceedings for the first time to televised.
I was kind of thinking, I was talking to Becca about this the other day too, because I was like, do you guys think, I really want to know more about who is the person that owns Little Red Book, Xiaohong Shu. I really want to know more about that company, because it has a very explicitly leftist timeline. And I watched Ludwig's video on Xiaohong Shu, and it was feeding him a bunch of Luigi stuff too. So I'm like, why is there so much Luigi content being fed to Americans? I feel like, their financial documents? No, I just want I wonder if the guy behind it is a Maoist or is a political figure, or has a ideological drivings that aren't just capitalist, And also, before you guys are like, he's Chinese. Like, I lived in Vietnam. Most people in Vietnam do not know hardly anything about Leninism or Marxism. They don't care about politics. Like Americans. Like, they are not political nerds. You know, some people are, and some people get involved in it, but most people don't, right? Like, this is normal everywhere.
The marriage of this medium and our open debate.
I think the creator's a woman. Oh, cool.
To revitalize representative democracy.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Newt Gingrich and a small group of like-minded Republicans, when they go on the floor every day, and they start to make these speeches which catch all of Washington by surprise. They argue Democrats are not protecting the national security of the country.
Charlwin Wow.
Refuse to fight communism.
Or Charlwin Mao.
Essentially,
Miranda
are putting us all in jeopardy.
Q.
Every time a communist movement battles an authoritarian U.S. ally, Democrats with radical views believe the promises of the movement. Every time a communist movement takes power, Democratic congressmen say it will be fair, progressive, enlightened.
And the problem was, if you're watching C-SPAN, all you could see is the person speaking. What you couldn't see was the chamber was empty.
Oh my God.
So Democrats are furious because he was castigating and impugning their patriotism, and they weren't even there to respond.
The gentleman said he was willing to engage in debate. Now, he's willing to engage in debate when the members are not here.
My personal opinion is this. You deliberately stood in that well before an emptied house.
Stanford educated. Interesting.
These people, and you challenged their Americanism. And it's the lowest thing that I've ever seen in my 32 years in Congress.
Most Republican leaders looked at him and said, you know, he's crazy. That's just bad politics. And it was not until he ascended to the leadership and tried these strategies out that Republicans realized, okay, he's onto something. What he's trying is actually working. The base likes him.
Newt Gingrich laid one of the cornerstones for the radicalization of the right, and his aggressive methods bore fruit. In 1994, during Bill Clinton's presidency, Gingrich led the Republicans to victory in the midterm elections. For the first time in 40 years, the GOP gained control of both the House and the Senate.
Now.
Their strategy of sowing division and manipulating public opinion paid off.
I think what's happening is different. It's not a Republican victory. It's not a Democratic victory. It is the American people making a set of choices.
Oh man, you were fine. You were based. Why do you gotta go? What is this? What is this? Okay, let's read it. I think COVID was one of the biggest scams in history. Okay. Maybe, wait, not that the illness doesn't exist, but the way they have used the situation against us, the wealth they accumulated over that period of time is ridiculous. Okay, you saved it. You got me. The first line, I was like, what? Okay, but you're right. You're right. Oh, the average person was still struggling pretty hard. On top of it, it was a social experiment. Wait, what do you mean? And they checked how many people will obey, in my opinion. And that happened in many countries worldwide at the same time. Western society failed in that case. Damn, dude, we went full circle. No, obeying and like observing, social distancing and like coordinating as a society around pandemics is actually a really good thing. And actually, it like gives you more freedom. Like, you know, it's not free is having all of your disabled population like unable to leave the house. You know, it is free somewhere like Vietnam, where I'm like literally was locked down for 2 years in America, in LA, right? Nobody could go to work. Like it was, you lived it, you know. I was here in America, and all of my friends from Vietnam, where I had just moved from, are all out and enjoying themselves at bars. Like they're hanging out everywhere. They're going around town like normal people for like the entirety of COVID. And you know why? It's because when there were cases in Vietnam, the government like deeply contact traced and quarantined every person that person like was in contact with. And they had like 70 cases into 2022, I believe. And then it popped back up But for 2 years, when America was in lockdown and our economy was fucking trash, Vietnam was mostly operating as normal because they closed their borders and they fucking figured it out inside, and the government tracked people, and there was a lot of social cohesion that coordinated and cooperated with the tracking. It helped. It actually helped, and people were a lot more free because of it, you know?
In the 1980s and 90s, Newt Gingrich laid the groundwork for his Republican revolution in American politics. At the same time, another offensive was targeting the judiciary. The aim, to weaponize the courts, including the powerful U.S. Supreme Court.
Big breaking story here within the past hour. The U.S. Supreme Court has decided to overturn Roe v. Wade in a 5-4.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of misinformation around vaccines that was out there. First off, like a ton of it. And like still, I think most people's default, I didn't understand vaccines until I talked to Homozygote on stream after I got COVID at the DNC. And he was like, yeah, the vaccines work for a limited period of time. It's not like other vaccines where you can get them as a baby and they work for your entire life. You have to get the vaccine every 6 months, or it works for a very brief period of time. And so everybody got the one shot and they thought that was it. And now we're back to normal, and it's not, yeah, it's not perfect. But also people who were like, come on, like vaccine complications or whatever, that's not a real problem. It's so infinitesimally small compared to how many lives it saved.
Major decision that will change laws.
Or compared to like the complications of COVID itself. The more we learn about COVID, the more dangerous we realize it actually is, and how much long-term damage it does. COVID is a blood disease. Like, it affects every part of your body. It is everywhere. When you have COVID, it is doing damage to every single part of your body.
Country and impact women's access to reproductive care.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Supreme Court has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho!
In 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the federal constitutional right to abortion. The decision restricted by...
Stop talking to each other.
The 1973 Roe v. Wade ruling was overturned by 9 judges appointed for life terms.
One conversation. We are having one conversation, not 30 conversations in the chat. Okay.
It's hard to really conceive how powerful our Supreme Court really is. A president is for 4 or 8 years. Supreme Court justices for life. And what has really differentiated the right from the left is seeing the courts as just another battleground for political fighting.
This political battle began in the 1980s and was largely orchestrated by...
I mean, wait, Altag, do you have a better vaccine? I mean, I understand what you're saying. I'm also skeptical of the pharmaceutical industry, but being like, how convenient, I don't know what the vaccines, I don't know. I'm not an immunologist. I don't think you are too. I'm going to trust the people making it and the people who are experts at this. One of which is Homozygote. I think if you really want to learn more about this, I recommend you go and check out Homozygote's stream. The dude is a freaking genius.
Society, a conservative and libertarian organization.
The Federalist Society was founded in the early 80s by law students at Yale and the University of Chicago Law School. But really, it was incubated inside the Justice Department of the Reagan administration.
If you grew up in a conservative religious household and then suddenly you came onto an American campus in the 1980s, you had activist groups pushing for women's rights. You had activist groups pushing for lesbian rights.
True.
And to people who came from a very conservative background, think of people who are teenagers, maybe in their early 20s, that felt very, very threatening.
Units of society. It's not an either or.
Most of the students are liberal, but I believe that their ideas can be changed
They're simply mimicking what they've learned. They don't know why they believe what they do.
The Federalist Society was designed to try to fill that need, to develop a discussion of conservative ideas about law.
So for the Federalist Society and the legal organizations, they saw this as being a way
absolutely annihilated a fellow corgi.
Crafty Comrade, thank you for the tier 1.
Of tracking the most promising young conservatives in the legal movement, in the law schools, putting them in contact with the people who could offer them the right stepping stones. That is, the right lower court clerkship, the right recommendations, the right law firms to work at, that ultimately they could get into Supreme Court clerkships.
Well, I am very pleased to announce that I will nominate Judge Clarence Thomas to serve as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
10 years after its founding, George Bush Sr. appointed a member of the Federalist Society to the Supreme Court for the first time.
Man.
The Society's power was further strengthened.
Like, look at how long ago this was. This freak has been in power in the Supreme Court since, for like, how long? Was this like 30 years ago, right? Oh my God, dude. Ugh.
By this man.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonard Leo, and I am National Lawyers Division Director of this Federalist Society.
One of the most effective, I guess.
Okay, guys, we're not doing vaccine denialism in here. The vaccine saved lives. It was what we had. I don't care to have this conversation. I really don't. I really, really don't.
Would say Corcoke in this effort.
Take the fucking vaccine. Wear a mask. Wear a fucking mask and take the vaccine. Yeah, like, I don't know what to tell you. This is the kind of misinformation I'm talking about, man. And wash your hands. Yeah, for real.
The courts is a man named Leonard Leo.
Leonard Leo is somebody who said...
I'm also skeptical of giant pharma corporations. I understand where you guys are coming from, but I don't think your conclusions are correct. Like, every single person who's actually a medical scientist that I know or talks about this shit, like, they agree that you should take the fucking vaccine and wear a mask.
A very conservative man, a very conservative Catholic, again, like a lot.
Yeah, also Brian Kilmeade's right too.
People in the Federalist Society.
The organization's vice president, Leonard Leo, devoted the next quarter of a century to making the courts more conservative. But it was his...
No, I'll even concede that pharma companies don't have incentive. They're not incentivized to, like, cure disease. They're incentivized to treat disease. You know, I recognize that too. I get it, you know, but we're not, I just don't think that's applicable for this specific thing.
Donald Trump that turbocharged this process, leading to a triumph of right-wing ideology at the Supreme Court.
He was actually the key person who developed the list of judges that were presented to Donald Trump to win over the religious right and say these are the kind of judges that we will put in.
Yeah,
Supreme
Scott,
Court judge.
I agree.
So, as you know, I have a list of 20. I've gone through them. We've met with numerous candidates. They're outstanding in every case. They were largely recommended and highly recommended by Federalist Society.
Is this a Daily Wire video? No, it's like I don't know, what is DW? German or something? I don't know. Yeah, Deutsche Welle. Yeah, it's German.
And so one way that religious conservatives cut a deal essentially with Trump is they got him to agree to appoint to the U.S. Supreme Court only potential justices who were approved by conservative leaders led by Leonard Leo.
Trump got the support of the religious right on the ballot. Evangelicals make up around 1/4 of the U.S. population, and in 2016 they voted overwhelmingly for Trump. And he kept his promise. All 3 of his appointed judges to the Supreme Court had ties to the Federalist Society. And since they're all quite young, the court will lean conservative for decades to come. In June 2023, 1 year after ending the constitutional right to abortion, the U.S. Supreme Court also declared affirmative action to be unconstitutional. Some fear marriage equality could be next. The reversal of previous progressive rulings may have only just begun.
The Trump judiciary is the Federalist Society by another name. So actually, I think what's more dangerous, and what I think ultimately they would say is their greater successes, are the cases that are coming up.
The ultra-right has managed to seize control over the judiciary. But to set the tone within the Republican Party itself and assure their continued ascent, they also needed an army of voters, activists, and members of Congress. In 2008, the Tea Party movement gave them that.
The Tea Party really was the first.
Oh my God. Jesus, that was racist.
Station of the Republican Party's radicalization into an anti-system.
Bro, hold on. Can I even go?
Really was the.
I feel like this isn't even African. It could be. It could be, but I feel like just as likely it could be like Indonesian or something. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
The first major manifestation of the Republican Party's.
You don't remember this kind of shit? Well, of course I do, but like, I don't know. It's just different to look at it.
Into an anti-system force.
Of course I knew America was right. I lived this. I lived through this. I was in Kansas City, Missouri through this.
Up transformation of the Republican Party into what is now Trumpism. These were the foot soldiers of MAGA.
The movement began with protests against the Obama administration's bailouts for U.S. banks struggling during the financial crisis. Some GOP supporters rejected these measures as anti-American socialism.
It was a set of protests against Obama that initially was framed in terms of opposition to his economic policies and to taxes. And what really united them was hatred for Obama and fear for a loss of status.
Is anyone out there who still doubts that America is a place where all things are possible? Tonight is your answer. It's the answer spoken by young and old, rich and poor, Democrat and Republican, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, gay, straight, disabled and not disabled states. We are and always will be the United States of America.
I cannot stress enough how massive a change it is, how unprecedented it is for an ethnic group, in this case, white Christians, and that sat on top of every social, political, cultural hierarchy in the United States for 200 years, to suddenly, within a generation, be faced with the disruption, first of all, the loss of their electoral majority, and the disruption of those social hierarchies. So for the Tea Party, this is a perception of an existential threat. I'm losing my country. That's enough to get people out of bed on a Saturday morning.
The Tea Party movement had tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of citizens taking to the streets for close to 2 years. But the populist revolt only really strengthened after it started receiving support from powerful sponsors with their own political agenda.
They received a lot of funding from billionaires. Libertarian, anti-tax, anti-regulation billionaires who thought they were funding a libertarian anti-tax army.
Among the most generous
I don't even know what you guys are yelling at here.
Donors to the movement were the Koch brothers, right-wing libertarian billionaires and owners of multinational conglomerate Koch Industries, which is active in the oil and chemical sectors. Over the years, they've built up and financed an unprecedented network of more than 100 foundations, including the Americans for Prosperity.
What a thrill it is for me to be here this morning. 5 years ago, my brother Charles and I provided the funds.
I think most of these people, you mean the Federalist Society? No, dude. These people are fascists. What do you mean? They're ideological ethno-nationalists. They think America needs to be like a white Christian state. Like, yeah, it's ethno-nationalism.
Funds to start the Americans for Prosperity. And it's beyond my wildest.
It's also like very old American. These people have existed for all of American history. And they've always been hella powerful. Yeah, like, what do you mean?
Wildest dreams how
this is how wealth was built in this country, was subjugation of black people. Like, to be a capitalist in America for most of its history, you had to own black people. Like,
grown into this enormous organization of hundreds of thousands.
It's not something you just get rid of in 1 or 2 generations.
American citizens.
Charles Koch, particularly in the 2000s, began to build up a large donor network. So he has people who share his political commitments and his goals. The last time I checked, there were almost 700 of these donors giving a minimum of $100,000 a year, and they support the.
I actually do think there's a pretty big difference, Altag, because I don't even think they hate poor people. I don't think that's necessarily true. In their actions, I can understand why you would come to that conclusion, but ideologically, I don't think that their like exploitation of the working class is something that is like a malicious even. I think they're just like, oh, well, the material conditions require me to pay you as little as I can so that I can get as much profit as I can. Like, it's just very cut and dry. It's like very normal. They think they're doing you a favor. Do you know what I mean? Like, have you ever had a boss? Brother, they think that they are your, savior. They think that you love them, and they think they like think they're your dad and stuff like that. Like, it's weird. Yeah. They don't care about you. I agree.
Development of the.
Nah, it's malicious. I was lurking. I think for some people it is. Some people it's not. I don't think it's like that. I think for some people it is. Some people it's not.
Tea Party groups around the country and try to harness those Tea Party groups to be the kind of popular ground troops that they had lacked to move this agenda.
Marx, Lenin, and Stalin light. That's what we have in Washington right now.
Koch provided buses for them to travel, to get to events, to shout down Democratic members.
This alliance between these right-wing libertarians and the Tea Party movement increased the political power of the radical right. Their once marginal ideas were now more popular, and not just
when I missed the shirt.
In the Tea Party.
Buses for them to travel.
Oh, this one. Dear leader, Chairman Mao Obama.
Get to events, to shout down Democratic members.
This alliance between these right-wing libertarians and the Tea Party movement increased the political power of the radical right. Their once marginal ideas were now more popular, and not just with Republican voters.
Bro, also, this guy was... Oh, no! I fuck it up. Why? Where were we? Oh, no. Oh, here we are.
We're now more popular, and not just with Republican voters.
All I wanted to say was that this guy looks awesome. He looks like Indiana Jones. And Lennon together.
The radical wing of the Republican Party recognized the potential in this dynamic and decided to channel voters' anger to win the 2010 midterm elections.
Yeah.
So by the 2010 midterm,
Vladimir Jones.
An army of conservatives,
Vladimir Deanna Jones.
Republicans who were organizing, mobilizing, and they were ready.
Oh, actually, Indiana Ilyich Lenin. That's it. That's the one.
To take back the House of Representatives. They were ready to try to take back the Senate. And they were playing on all these fears, all this kind of anger. And they were arguing a lot like Gingrich in the 80s that this party is not going far enough, that they have to be more extreme in what they stood for and what they did to achieve those goals. And so a lot of them win office in 2010. They take the House back.
You don't always pick
USA,
but there's been a dramatic change in who represents the Republican Party in Congress since 2010. 2010 was the first Tea Party election. It was a big, very successful election for the Republicans, and brought in a slew of new leaders who identified, in some cases explicitly, with the Tea Party.
These new leaders who emerged from the Tea Party movement entered Congress in 2011. Rand Paul, Ted Cruz.
Like Rand Paul is a new leader. He's the what? We haven't even mentioned Ron in this whole video.
And Marco Rubio were among those who accelerated the Republicans' transformation into a populist party. While Reagan's GOP was still open to immigration, free trade, and government intervention, the new Republicans were increasingly isolationist and anti-immigration. The hardliners among them found a mighty mouthpiece to spread their ideas: conservative cable TV channel Fox News.
Fox News is very important to this change that we see in the Republican Party and ultimately to Donald Trump. I mean,
Ron Paul was like, they don't want to talk about the Ron Paul revolution. Dude, but you don't understand that Ron Paul was like a proto-Bernie in so many ways. Obviously, ideologically, they couldn't be more different. They're on opposite sides of like the political spectrum. But like that same energy. That same energy. He was like an independent within the Republicans. He was like he mostly voted for the Republicans, but he wasn't a Republican, and he would run for like office and like it was like a lot of shit like that. People fucking loved Ron Paul, dude. Voted for him for president for like every fucking year. Rand Paul is still living on that hype. His entire career is based on that hype.
the platform is the platform. This is a way to communicate outside the channels of the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN and all of that, and take their arguments directly to Republican voters.
You know, there's little question in my mind that
Ralph Nader, yeah, a little bit of that too.
Because you couldn't have elected somebody who lied that often. Fox News really created the idea of fake news by saying we're fair and balanced, and the other networks are giving you fake news. And over time, a lot of people wanted to believe it, so they did believe it.
One of the most infamous examples of fake news was propagated in the 2010s by what was known as the birther movement. Birthers, many of whom were also Tea Party supporters, cast public doubt on whether then-President Barack Obama was born on U.S. soil. In doing so, they indirectly questioned the legitimacy of Obama's presidency.
The idea that Barack Obama wasn't born in this country was never plausible, never credible. It was always some sort of, right-wing fever dream. And rather than report on it, Fox encouraged it. And they encouraged it partly by having Donald Trump
It's time to turn to Donald Trump, who joins us every Monday at this time. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Why can't he produce a birth certificate? And by the way, there's one story that his family doesn't even know what hospital he was born in.
Donald Trump, welcome back. It's Monday. It's time for you.
These are people that want to see a birth certificate. They want to know that the president was born here. The fact is, if you're not born in the United States, you cannot be president.
Trump was good TV. He was entertaining. He was willing to say, wild things that got people all worked up.
Because Donald Trump's embrace of the birther movement signaled to the Tea Party that he was their guy and embraced some of the most radical anti-system, anti-establishment ideas, and he became the darling of the Tea Party base.
The birther lie proved so convincing that in 2011, almost 40% of Republicans believed that Barack Obama was not a natural-born U.S. citizen.
I remember this.
Forcing the president to provide proof.
And they released a birth certificate.
I have watched with bemusement. I've been puzzled at the degree to which this thing just kept on going. We've had every official in Hawaii confirm that, yes, in fact, I was born in Hawaii, August 4th.
Yeah, like this is insulting, and you shouldn't have to even. You shouldn't even have to do it. You should never even acknowledged it. To be honest, like it's actually just offensive. It's so despicable.
1961 in Kapiolani Hospital. We've posted the certification that is given by the state of Hawaii. We got big problems to solve, and I'm confident we can solve them, but we're going to have to focus on them, not on this. Thanks very much, everybody.
In terms of how the Obama team reacted to the birther ideas and Trump at that point, but my impression, both from friends and from the outside, was they didn't take it seriously. Why should they? It was
why should they?
This actually has, I think, been a problem for Democrats, is that the Democrats tend to believe the truth will bear out, that if you do good things, good policies or good politics, things sell themselves. The thing about...
Wait, for president, though, you have to be born in the U.S., right? Isn't that is? I think that is correct, too, based, isn't it?
I think some other Republican politicians, Gingrich understood, is sales matters, marketing matters, branding matters. Policy doesn't matter at all.
Donald Trump. Good morning to you, Donald.
Good morning.
I never read that shit neither.
Fox News gave Trump the political
natural born.
And made him appear trustworthy in the eyes of Republican voters.
So you have to be born. So natural born citizens are people born to both citizens. Both parents have to be citizens, right? Not just one, both, right? No. Only one. Didn't he change this today too? Born to any American? Oh, that's sick. That's cool. Let me talk. Why follow only? Why not follow? Wait, why not follow? What's wrong with following? You think you deserve my attention out of everybody here and you don't even want to follow? Yeah. What the fuck is that? Because I don't know if you're a dweeb or not. Yeah, well then keep watching and find out. Dweeb. Jesus H. Natural born means born on U.S. soil. The end. Okay, well that makes me think it's not the end. Y'all wouldn't pass a citizenship test? Okay, fine. Let's fucking do it then. I probably wouldn't pass that test. I never said I would. I never said I would. Okay, here we go. Well, here's the text for Article 3, Section 1, Chapter 5, Clause 5. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible for the office of the President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States. Okay, but my question is it one parent or two parents? I understand that if you're born in America, then you're a citizen. As of yesterday. I know this is this is being adopted. It's one parent. Okay. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, okay, but I think we're talking about different things, Claim Jammer. I understand. I know that is true. However, what about children that are born outside of the United States to a parent that is a US citizen? If you're born outside of the US, that's what we're talking about. Like, I have a homie who had a baby in Vietnam, got married with a beautiful woman. I love their family to death. Is that kid a citizen automatically, or do they have to apply for it later? Also, what up, Rawi? Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. How's it going? Wait, I'm so confused. I know, me too. This is what I'm trying to figure out. That kid is American if the homie is American. Okay, that's what I'm learning. That's the truth I'm accepting. That's cool.
And found their news network just in time for the 2016 presidential election.
Yeah, I would assume he's probably dual. He probably has Vietnamese citizenship as well. Right. I mean, he was born to a Vietnamese woman.
And they had an army of radicalized voters and lawmakers all ready to go.
Yo, thank you for gifting the Ray K. Chat, can you guys please go follow Ray K? Wait, can we all just go do that real quick? I know we're all just kind of yapping right now, but can we all go click on this link that I just dropped in the chat and follow Ray K for me? Ray K is an awesome new streamer on the block. You're going to want to check it out. Go follow and watch. Jump in the chat.
During the Republican presidential primaries, a path was cleared for the man who was in the right.
Yeah, Mikey, that is right too.
Right time.
Trump comes in 2016, and it's also a very crowded field, and he's different from all the rest. He's not a politician. He's a loud guy, a mouth. You know, he says whatever's on his mind.
The weakest person on the stage by far on illegal immigration is Jeb Bush. They come out of an act of love, whether you like it or not. He is so weak on illegal immigration, it's laughable, and everybody knows it.
I was.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Ted Cruz was born in Canada, but he ran for president. That's a great example, Two-Based. But I would lose because I'm Arab. I believe in you. I would vote for you. I would vote for Two-Based.
Offended by it. I thought all these things that he would say about other candidates on the stage were inappropriate. And he was pretty much shattering all those.
Mitt Romney was born in Mexico at their fucking weirdo, like, ranch that they moved to so that they could be, like, polyamorous Mormons. It's so weird to me. We almost elected a Mormon as president. I mean, it wasn't that close, but that's wild. That's so wild. I'm sorry. Polygamous, yeah.
Norms, but people ate it up. They seemed to like it.
Republicans didn't see Trump coming. They thought he was a buffoon. They thought he was a joke, and they completely underestimated him.
I'm going to bring jobs.
Romney would have been better than Trump. I think we're talking degrees here, but I agree. Yeah.
jobs back from Mexico and from Japan.
I don't think that's very controversial.
Throughout the world. We have to make our economy grow again. We're dying. This country is dying, and our workers are losing their jobs.
And this was a time when a lot of people, particularly rural Americans, working class Americans that felt that they'd been abandoned by both parties, started to really identify with Trump.
He weaponizes in some ways.
I will come up with spicier takes. Okay, cool.
Division works for him. He wants to increase polarization because that's how he sees his success.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Yeah, I love that Hillary doesn't even get a mention in this.
30 years after Newt Gingrich set the course, the populist ultra-right reached the White House. Donald Trump understood the direction in which the Republican Party was headed and seized the opportunity. And the right found in him the populist leader they'd been missing.
Everyone hoped that now that he was president, he would try and become, if not a unifier, then someone who wouldn't pour salt in all the wounds.
Where's Bernie?
Why we ever thought that was possible, I don't know.
Also, this is back when we used to be a country, and we had inaugurations outside in January. Yeah, believe it or not, we would do them outside. We used to be a great country.
Very quickly, he took a salt mine and poured it on the wounds in America. And
Wait, you pre-watch? Pre-watch?
Charlottesville was the first super clear indication of what was to come, what was going to happen.
During Donald Trump's first term, Charlottesville, Virginia was rocked by extremist violence.
Is this what the fall of Rome felt like? No, because you're watching a Twitch stream. And they didn't have internet back then. So, not like that at all.
Sign of the changes that occurred since the radical right's election victory. In August 2017, white supremacists gathered here for the Unite the Right rally to protest the removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee.
I've been here 53 years. It was the most horrible night that I've lived in Charlottesville. No question.
Bro, I probably would have been thrown into the I would have been thrown into the gladiator prison and fucking eaten by a lion. Let's be real.
This was a Friday, and I live in one of Jefferson's pavilions on the lawn. They walked through the university grounds and came from the back through the lawn. They all had tiki torches. It was clearly meant to imitate the German Nazi marches from the 1930s in Germany.
Exactly, Hazy.
Really designed to do.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Also, Gladiator 2 was fun. I liked it. It was actually really good. If you liked Gladiator 1 and you didn't like Gladiator 2, I think you might just be nostalgia. It's the same movie, just like new. And new in good ways. It was good.
And it was as
2 was mid. I thought it was good.
Because these young men, and they were all men that I saw.
I only watch movies on this stream.
They had
so in 12 years, when the DMCA enforcement is a little bit less lax, we'll watch it here. I'll be fully white hair by then, like Sam Cedar.
Faces contorted with hatred.
Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets.
They were shouting horrible things like Nazi slogans and Jews will not replace us.
Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us.
And one of them was
Aged by
shouting,
Trump.
"Into the ovens."
Based.
The next day, at the Unite the Right rally, there were clashes between counter-protesters and radical rights supporters. Former Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke was also present.
I believe that today in Charlottesville, this is a first step toward
We're going to get this again soon, chat.
making a realization of something that Trump alluded to earlier in the campaign, which is this is the first step toward taking America back.
I think it will be worse. I think it'll be targeted towards undocumented people. It'll be like people, it'll be mass groups of fascists in the streets, like going through American cities. I mean, we saw it in the UK. It'll be like the UK riots. It'll be like that, just in America.
The rally ended when a car plowed into a crowd of counter-protesters, killing one and injuring 19 others. Anyone who thought President Trump would condemn the violence was sorely mistaken.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. Thank you. Thank you.
Then he can't quite help himself, and he equivocates and says there's good people on both sides. There are very fine people on both sides. No question that the people who are at the most extreme edges of American,
Like, you remember this used to be, this was like the moment where this is like the most mask off that Trump has been. And now he's gone so mask off fascist so many times towards white supremacists that Trump can do a Hitler salute on stage, or Elon can do a Hitler salute, on stage. He can Sig Heil on stage, and a bunch of liberal outlets will explain it away. Stirs controversy with hand gesture, Yeah.
society heard what Trump was saying. And what he was saying was to them is, I hear you. You're
Stand back and stand by was another moment. Yeah, of course. I mean, he's done it. He's done it a bunch of times. You don't have to Trump has never you have more examples of him openly emboldening these people than you do of him condemning them or anything. I mean, bro, he's releasing January 6th prisoners tonight. It already happened. This was a white supremacist action already. The ADL said it was fine, so they are the experts on the Nazis, I guess, right? But no, I think it makes total sense. If you're an ethno-nationalist like the ADL, you support ethno-nationalism. They know exactly what their ideology is, and they recognize it. So yeah. Having America be a white, ethno state is great, because that's the vision of the world that they want. They really want all different kinds of people to live in their own countries with no overlap, and everything to be super segregated, and we all keep to each other, and make sure everybody's really pure and or whatever. This is their vision. This is what they want.
part of my coalition. I'm with you. And they never heard that from an American president before, not in modern times.
Of course.
Anyway. It was a signal to the most radical parts of the American life that they were no longer on the fringes, that they had an ear in the White House that was listening to them.
When mainstream politicians, whatever mainstream politicians, begin to tolerate, condone, justify, wink at, embrace violent paramilitary groups, democracy's in trouble.
Donald Trump legitimized these radical right militias.
I mean, we don't even have these conversations with regards to the Democratic Party in Los Angeles and the student intifada and the, you know, fascist mobs that not once but twice attacked journalists, students, you know, anyone supporting Palestine that they could get their hands on in front of the LAPD, and nobody was arrested. Like, this happened, you know. Yeah. The normalization of political violence and the ways that the establishment is using fascist political violence. Last year, 2024, in Los Angeles, with the Zionist mobs that came out, standing side by side with neo-Nazis, like open neo-Nazis, they attacked people. They used violence, and the state stood by, watched it happen. Nobody was really punished. The state learned they can use these people and that they will be useful to them. And they're on the same side. Like, it was so blatant and clear.
Gaining their loyalty in return. The events in Charlottesville sparked a period of political chaos in the U.S., which compromised the allegiance of many top Republicans.
Republicans were distraught, really, at Trump's reaction to Charlottesville because it painted them as racists. It put them in bed with people who the party had done what they could to either put on the sidelines or distance themselves from over the years. They criticized him for that, but they didn't break from him. A few months later, they're on the, you know, they're standing with him at the White House signing the big tax cut.
I can tell you I serve with him every day. President Donald Trump is a man of his word. He's a man of action. And with the strong support of these members of Congress, President Donald Trump delivered a great victory for the American people.
It's so funny how, like, Trump, like, he is, like, so efficient at cutting the careers. Like, look at the faces around this person right here at this moment. How many of these people have careers anymore? You know, they're all gone.
I mean, it's a very transactional view of politics, you know. What you've done is you traded a tax cut for the soul of your party.
They were not willing to risk or sacrifice their own political careers, their own political ambitions, and their
Is that true
party's
about Paul Ryan?
To stop Trump.
They're all opportunists, of course. Of course. These people are dick suckers of the best degree, man. They're the highest level of dick suckers. Like, and I don't mean that in a homophobic way. Just like, you know, they're bootlickers is another way you could say it. Replaced by the same kind of people. Yes, 100%. Except for now, I think it's just like, now there's like a implication. You must be loyal at all. Like, above all else, loyalty. Trump was very clear when he was asked how you're picking your cabinet. Loyalty above all.
By making this pact, the Republicans capitulated to Donald Trump.
The Apartheid Defense League, you mean? Yeah, I know.
Authoritarian impulses. For 4 years, the president violated democratic norms and crossed red lines again and again.
This is a part of who he is. Trump has naturally authoritarian instincts as he sees government. He does not believe in democracy, small d, as it has been practiced in America for 200 and some years.
Please welcome the President, Donald J. Trump! And I'm proud to be
The most dangerous day of his first term came on January 6, 2021. Refusing to concede to Joe Biden in the 2020 presidential elections, he rallied his supporters to march to the nearby Capitol building.
Wait, it's wild. He had the bulletproof glass on January 6th? I don't remember this.
And
I guess it's just in a different context now that somebody's actually shot at him. You know? I think it's just a different context.
Congress from formally certifying the Electoral College votes.
We're going to walk down to
Also, this close, chat. Like, this close.
the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
USA!
That's like so.
If you went over there to the line, if you went over there.
This is so funny.
I'd say that the biggest threat to our
The thing is, you know what the crazy thing is? They would have gotten away with it too. Like, genuinely, if he was clear and gave them clear instructions, and like if they had a plan, they would have gotten away with it. They would have been able to do it. Like, they just didn't have a plan. Like, you understand that, right? They just did get away with it right now. Yeah, well, I mean, you're right, but they could have gotten away with it then, is what I'm saying. If they actually had a plan. Like, they could have overthrown the government just then. Most of them were in jail for a while. Yeah, because they went in there, walked around, took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk, and then walked out. Like, there was no plan. They didn't know what to do with it. They were the dog that caught the car, and they didn't know what to do with it, you know? They had no idea what to do. Like, they had no plan. There was no point. They just got in, and then what? Nothing else.
our democracy happened to take place on January 6th, where you had a bunch of people riled up by Donald Trump and his allies around him trying to overturn a free and fair election, going to the United States Capitol and trying to get into the Capitol.
I'm just saying, I think like leftists would have at least like occupied it. You know what I mean? Without getting like Fed posty, I think they would have at least like barricaded the doors, occupied it, like, you know, like made it into more of like a moment. You know what I mean? I don't know.
What the f***? Stop
We saw people talking about
start passing laws. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go live from within there and start holding Congress. Yeah.
Hanging Mike Pence, the vice president. That is unheard of. There's a real threat, a physical threat with American politicians.
Lily, reach out in the Discord.
The deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police up the Capitol steps.
Most Republican leaders were aghast at the January 6th violence. And for about 1 or 2 days, they stood ready to dispense with Trump. They looked at the polls, they took the temperature, the direction of the wind, and they realized the base was still with Trump. And they were still unwilling to confront him.
He has shown.
Like, you guys understand, if America really had a soul and there was a working class movement, like the left doing January 6th would have been righteous today or whenever it was like certified. Like that is not, I think I don't critique them because of, you know, ideological differences aside, and I have quite a lot with January 6th protesters, obviously. You know, we should have stopped this. Like, we shouldn't let fascists take over our country like this.
In the past that he can be vindictive.
I mean, also like for Medicare for all, 70,000 people for the genocide in Palestine. All of these things are things that we should stop. We should stop. And if we understood the severity of it, we would act with the severity it requires.
Vindictive and punish the people who opposed him and who, he takes things very personally. And I think there's a certain level of fear out there to oppose him. Yes, no doubt. It's one of the secrets to his power.
Mitt Romney, in his memoirs, wrote about something that other retired Republicans have told me, which is that many Republican politicians don't oppose Trump out of political cowardice. They do it out of physical fear. They literally worry what will happen to their families, to their kids, to their partners, if they earn the ire of the Republican base. There are elements of 1920s and 1930s Europe that are recognizable today in the U.S. in the right-wing base in the United States.
Under Trump, the GOP went from being the party of law and order to an insurrectionist party. Still, most Republican presidential candidates overlooked Trump's anti-democratic behavior.
If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Cowards, all of them.
In an increasingly divided country, the Republicans stood united behind Donald Trump in the 2024 election. Largely rural red states are firmly in Republican hands.
Vape CBD kratom.
Whereas most U.S. coastal states and big cities are Democrat strongholds. The two parties seem so far apart that some on the far right are bringing up ideas of secession.
Media helps, I agree, but...
Like Daniel Miller, president of the Texas Nationalist Movement.
The bombshell came last summer when Survey USA released the results of a poll that they had done in Texas. What it showed was that 60% of Texas voters, 66% of likely voters would vote for Texas independence if they were given an opportunity. There was always this sentiment, and I think it's latent among Texans, that there is a major disconnect between the people of Texas and the federal system. Washington, D.C., in their minds, is a government that is far away, but has far too much intrusion into their lives.
I think I overdressed. Where's the camo? That relegated us from being a state to being merely an administrative province of an out-of-control system in D.C. Yeah. We are the real Texans. We are the people. Yeah! This rally is not an end. This rally is just the beginning. Yeah. For some of us, it is the middle of the journey. But from this day forward, let the people, the would-be tyrants in the parliament, let them be on notice that we will not.
Can I just say this guy has big Magic player energy? I think I've seen him at my local card shop. That's all I'm saying. And I'm finding it hard to listen to what he's talking about. I don't know.
Not stop. We will not back.
I feel like I may have friendly fired people in the chat. Yeah. See, we be nice to Magic players. Okay, I get it. I'm on Twitch. Okay.
Until we see Texas free and independent.
Calls for a Texit are growing. In 2022, the Republican Party of Texas demanded a referendum on independence in their election manifesto for the very first time.
Texas retains the right to secede from the United States,
and the Texas legislature should be called upon to pass a referendum consistent thereto.
Other U.S. states like Illinois and Oregon are increasingly toying with secessionist ideas as well.
One thing that I think they've been really effective at is manufacturing this idea that there's popular support for these insane ideas. I think, unfortunately, I do think they've been good at convincing people of their insane ideas. Like, I think there's the stories that they're telling are working, and it's also, I don't even think they're good stories. I don't think that they're like they're smart, they're effective. I don't think there's anything special about them. There's just no other story being told. There's just no other story being told. There's nobody else who's like out there advocating and saying something that makes sense to people in the same way that explains why their lives suck. Like, you know, immigrants are taking your jobs does.
Even
like, we don't have that. Nobody's telling that story.
Level. Some are advocating for a split.
I think also, like, you know, for the record, like, there was one person who was telling a story of that significance. It was Bernie. And Bernie was incredibly popular amongst a very wide swath of multiracial, you know, working class American people that do not typically vote for Democrats. You know, and they had to coordinate a national fucking campaign to kick him out twice. Like, they cheated and fucking ruined his chances of being president twice.
Like David Reboy. He's a strategist at the Claremont.
Yeah, fuck the DNC forever.
A far-right thing.
We should not be ever working with them. Do not ever. I honestly, divest yourself from the DNC. The Democrats are dead. I tweeted this earlier today. The Democratic Party is dead. It is dead until there's a replacement for them. The Republicans will win every election as foreseeable future, and we need to prepare for that. This is literally what I said. The Democratic Party is dead until we build another party that can challenge the RNC, expect them to hold every branch of the U.S. government. The Democrats have demonstrated over and over again they are incapable of reflection and will happily roll over to the horrors ahead. It's dead. I don't never put any hope in them. Never ever think about them again. Move on. We need to build our own thing.
Think tank, which fosters the intellectual base for Trumpism.
The New York Times says the Claremont Institute is, the most influential think tank on the right. A few years ago, I wrote a piece called "National Divorce is Expensive, but it's Worth Every Penny." I believe national divorce, or to be more explicit, the breakup of the United States, is inevitable. It's just a matter of the timeline. It's not going to be tomorrow, it's not going to be next year, but at some point, all human things fade away.
More than anything else, it is a reminder for Red America to think about economic and cultural autonomy for itself and what it would take to get there.
What? We're going to form autonomous cultural and economic autonomy for what? For Mississippi and Louisiana? Like, for you guys would be fucking, yeah. You would be done. Balkanize USA, I'm down.
America's unbelievably polarized. I mean, I don't think there is very much that unites the left and right in America in terms of first principles. I do think that we're in the middle of a cold civil war. We are in an ideological conflict. It's an open question on what vision of the world will ultimately prevail. The left's understanding of the world or the right's understanding of the world. Marjorie Taylor Greene and some other politicians too decided to pick it up.
And in 2022, I'm going to blow away the...
You think she's like just sitting right and wait? Like, as soon as somebody gets fired, she's like the replacement? I bet she'll be in the cabinet before the end of the Trump administration. MTG we don't vibe with. You think we vibe with like anyone that's been featured in this?
Democrats' socialist agenda.
Press secretary? Wait, who is the press secretary? Caroline Leavitt. Born in 1997? Wait, she's like a Zoomer, dude. What? All right, let's see. Who is this person?
Incoming White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. We talked to her about this new role that she's taking on, one of the most high profile in all of the U.S. government, and also what to expect in the incoming Trump administration.
That's so wild, dude, that a fucking, like, somebody who doesn't remember 9/11 is going to be the press secretary for the White House.
Part 2. She's been there for both of them.
That's crazy.
In the inaugural speech tomorrow, expect Trump to reach out toward those who didn't vote for him, saying that he wants people to come together. The New Hampshire native says Trump will talk about a new golden age of America. That's a quote. Compare that to his first inaugural, which is in some ways remembered for another quote, American carnage. Border policy, law and order, a focus on everyday costs at the grocery store, all expected to be touched on in that speech tomorrow. And now President Trump, like we talked about, has been in the Oval Office once before.
No.
Has Caroline Leavitt working for Trump in his first press office. You were in the first White House for President Trump. What are you expecting to be different this time?
That's what I was thinking, Stone. I was like, oh yeah, she's the next Tucker Carlson.
Well, certainly there feels to be a different energy here in Washington, D.C. The whole world is on President Trump's side. It really feels that way. And you see people from Silicon Valley.
She was in his first admin? What was she, 15? What do you mean she was in his first admin?
Big tech, Wall Street to Main Street, coming out in support.
She was 19?
Of President Trump. I was at President Trump's golf club last night and Jeff Bezos was there. So there is a real shift.
Now, I also asked Caroline, should people expect the same Donald Trump we saw in the first term, the tweets and everything I asked? And she said, and this is the quote, Donald Trump will always be Donald Trump. But she said he is going to be more focused on achieving some signature policy goals because he recognizes, she says, that he has this 4-year clock, as she calls it, to get anything he wants to done before he has no more chances here in D.C.
Okay. That'll be interesting. Ooh, she ran for Congress, Dakota? That's interesting. Looking at your Insta, you look so different at different times, which is normal. No mustache in 2019. You don't think that's like weird? That's a weird way to talk to me.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the most high-profile Republican hardliners in the House of Representatives.
We need a national divorce. We need to separate by red states and blue states and shrink the federal government.
Last thing I ever want to see in America is a civil war. No one wants that. At least everyone I know would never want that. But it's going that direction, and we have to do.
Wait, what is he? What is this? He's embodied the responsibility seeking to cultivate the next generation from varying, as well as persistently holding opposition accountable. Who are you talking about? Bernie still? Are you talking about Bernie? Stop talking to each other.
Do something about it.
If Democrat voters choose to flee these blue states, well, once they move to a red state, guess what? Maybe you don't get to vote for 5 years. You can live there, you can work there, but you don't get to bring your values.
Currently, I don't think the threat of secession is too serious, but
what does that mean, Meat Shield?
is this idea that right-wing infotainment, media, right-wing politicians have found that this is
and you crack on me? Dude, it is weird to be like, hey, I'm looking at this photo of you from 2019. Like, I don't know who you are. You don't think can you imagine how that reads as me? As being me, you know? I understand I posted it all. My Instagram's on the bottom. I hope you go follow. But I don't know. It's just weird. Yeah, it is weird. And I'm right to call it out.
Joke, resentment.
It's not dickish.
And it's something that voters are responding to. So I think that's problematic.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
You know? I'm just a guy.
And Matt Gaetz emerged as the faces of the MAGA movement in the House of Representatives. These ardent Trump supporters became figureheads of the new Republican right. They blocked votes on the federal budget and raising the debt ceiling. They also threatened to block aid to Ukraine.
Like that golden capo. Where'd you get that, Bill?
I'm here as a member of the House Armed Services Committee to say that the days of endless cash and military materiel to Ukraine are numbered.
When the dominant party in the House of Representatives is hostage to a faction that wants to block everything, and therefore nothing can get done, it's going to affect the American economy. It's going to affect American power in the world, prestige and power in the world. It could, in a matter of days, affect our ability to supply Ukraine, which is not a small thing.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
What is the aim of these radicals? I think their behavior, it's not too much of an exaggeration to say that the radical wing of the Republican Party, that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party has become...
Dude, if Matt Gaetz didn't rape a child and to do all those drugs, if he wasn't a fucking degenerate piece of shit, he probably could have been president in his lifetime.
Nihilist. They want to bring the system down.
Disruption is the goal. You know, chaos is the goal. They want to, it's a wrecking crew, as one of my colleagues wrote. It doesn't have a goal like, if only I could reduce the deficit by so many billions of dollars, or if I could get this policy in place. It's not policy driven. The policies are almost a secondary element to it. It is just about the notion of blowing up the system, on the theory that the system has been broken for so long, on the theory that breaking it up.
What the heck?
The events in Charlottesville.
Only I could reduce the deficit by so many policies are almost of blowing up the system, on the theory that the system has been broken for so long, on the theory that breaking it up.
Don't get upset.
Itself is the goal.
Don't be so
40 years.
Don't be so soft. I made one joke. Chill out.
The U.S. radical right has gone from the fringes to the center.
If you stop talking about it, everybody else will forget about it ever happening.
Of power, and now
including me,
in politics, the judiciary, and the media. Donald Trump has accelerated this process. With his help, they've wrested control of the Supreme Court and tipped the scales in their favor in Congress. On November 5th, 2024, Trump was elected president for a second time. The Republicans also retained control of the House and took back the Senate. A big win that gave a huge
his makeup is terrible.
Right, making them more powerful.
Yeah, well, they spray it onto him. So you don't. If you're using like you don't get a lot of precision when you airbrush your makeup on.
Than ever before.
From a distance. Okay, this documentary, I really wanted more. It was very much like from the outside looking in. You know what I mean? It was, I felt like I wanted more interviews with like people supporting him. It was a lot of like experts, quote unquote experts, like speculating on why people support Trump, and not enough interviews with Trump supporters. if you want to ask me. It was like I needed. It was yeah. That's how I feel from the outside looking in. Okay, chat. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed. It was a long day. I was out walking in the streets, protesting and stuff. Check out the VOD if you missed it. It was cool, even just for little click throughs, you know. Appreciate all your support. Appreciate all your love. Have a good night. Okay, wait. This is funny. I know this. I know this Simpsons joke.
Revolutionary makeup gun. It's for the woman who only has 4/5 of a second to get ready. Close your eyes, Marge. And now you're ready for a night on the town.
Homer, you've got it set on whore.
Oh my god, dude. That's great. What a scream. True. I did a thing, made one. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, we're gonna raid out. Take care, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Guys, big announcement. If you didn't hear it earlier, on Thursday, you guys are my more late night viewers, all right? You guys are my late night viewers, all right? Thursday night, big announcement. Durk, the GOAT, freeing people from prison, our favorite abolitionist, Durk is coming on the broadcast. That's right. You heard it here first. That's right. We're bringing him on the broadcast. Yep. 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 It's actually awesome. I messaged him on Instagram and he messaged me back. We've been talking. He was like, by the way, like, how many people watch your stream? I was like, like 250 or so. He's like, all right, cool. I'm down as ASL, which I think is a Zoomer thing. I didn't know. I think it's like as hell or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna rate him to Carter. Carter's having a good night talking about elections or whatever. Don't listen to him about this motherfucker is in Australia. This motherfucker's in Australia. He did. He said Azul. He said, I'm down ASL. Isn't that like a... Yeah, it means as hell. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You guys are boomers too. Oh, the hat's from Cola Corporation. By the way, raid emote incoming. We're gonna get it like very soon.